What's up, everybody? Any any Schmidtopians in chat? How's everybody doing? Good morning. How am I today? I'm doing great today. How are you? I'm having a chill morning so far. Everything fine. The only sad thing that I have to tell you right off the bat, I mean, it's in the title, but this is going to be the last stream of the week. So welcome everybody to the last stream of the week. Well, not my last stream of the week, but you guys have some content to look for. I mean, the weekend is going to be full of streams and everything. But it's the last stream on this channel for the week because we leave on Thursday for Germanats, and I need to get some stuff ready tomorrow. Need to sort some stuff out. It's gonna be fine. OR90, thank you for the 12 months. More Vanquish Soul cards. I am aware. They are already open in a new tab. I haven't read them yet, but chat, there is Vanquish Soul support announced for the new main set in the OCG. I'm hopeful. There's some other cool new stuff as well, like Nouvelle support, and I think Dino support. There's some stuff to look at today. Can you sign my circular? Nah, it's only if you ask me very nicely, but yeah. Have you seen that the Light and Darkness Dragon mat is coming to Europe? I've also seen that. I have that open in another tab. We're talking about that too, although it's kind of a bummer because I bought one like 2 days ago. It's crazy. It's literally crazy. Like 2 days ago, a friend of mine messaged me and was like, hey, I can get a Light and Darkness Dragon mat for you if you want to. I can pick it up for you. You'll have it in a couple of weeks. And I was like, yeah, sure, I want it. 2 days later, Konami comes around the corner and is like, yo, you know what we're giving out at the European Championship? Light and Darkness Dragon mat. It's always, I have to make the sacrifice. As it always goes. But yeah. Anyways, we'll talk about that in a second. Let's get the warm-up out of the way. And then we talk about there's an amazing public event at Euros for Time Wizard. We'll talk about that too. All right. We have here Trickstar. Is that just light? That's light stage. No? Yeah. Light stage. That is Sub-Tier. Is that Final Battle? I don't think it is. No. It's Sub-Tier though. Cave Clash? Cave Clash. You are Zombie Dragon. No, wait. Dragon Zombie? Dragon Zombie, not Zombie Dragon. Yeah. I mixed it up. Bell, right? Yeah. Easy goes, Bell. It's not Ring of Destruction. It's Loop of Destruction. Yeah. This is... I have no idea what this is. Have I seen this before? No, I haven't. It's Inpachi, some Inpachi. I think it's charcoal. Yeah. This I've also seen. Oh, I've seen this. I think I need one more. It's Black Brachio. Yeah. Yeah. I've seen this. No, this is a hero. This is a hero. One of the extra ones. Dread Decimator. Yeah. Dread Decimator, indeed. This is Chaos Master. No. What is it called? Chaos something Master. Chaos End Master. No. Wait, what? Master. Huh? Chaos End. It's not just Chaos End. End Master. Oh, there's a hyphen. I feel like they should ignore hyphens. Gage, is that you? No, it's not, because I have 200 points in 3 minutes. That's like Gage's points after 10. Um, it's... Oh god, it's a trap card. Something's orb or sphere. What is it called? Security orb. Orchestrated return. It's the goblins. They could be on so many. It could be so many cards. Oh, it's one of the alien stuff. Mass hypnosis. Impenetrable attack, something. Yeah. What do we have here? Oh, I've seen you, but I don't know what you're called. Puppet King. It's an old secret rare, I think. This one I feel like I've seen this. It's not Wee Witch, is it? It's not Wee Witch's Apprentice. Skip. Yeah, I don't know what I think it's Wee Witch's Apprentice on a card, but I don't. Yeah, pack. Okay, I was never gonna. That is Melias of the Trees. Also a very good card that I'm surprised has never really taken off, because it's like very interesting, but it's never been good. I know you, but I don't know what you're called. Psi Station. Kappa. Psychic Kappa. Red layer? Yeah. Oh, that's Trickstar, I think. Yeah, it's a Trickstar Link monster. I don't know those. Dino Wrestler vibes? Hell yeah, it's a Dino Wrestler, but I don't know what that is. I like Dino Wrestlers, I only know Pankratops. This might be Ray's Body Heat. No. Oh, we've had that recently, but I didn't know it back then. I still don't know it. I didn't remember. Ogre. Yeah. Lots of flames. I don't know what that is. That's a Salamangreat card? I thought it was a Phoenix card because of the feather. Okay, surely it's called Cage. Iron Cage. Yeah, that's the only one that made sense. Diabolos. Yeah, not Diabolos. Chaos. No, Zero Max, not Chaos Max. That's the Infernity card that isn't an Infernity card. Cowboy. There's one card called Cowboy? Really? I thought there was going to be more Cowboys. I think that's Brionac. I see Brionac. I know Brionac when I see it. Oh. Oh, I'm skipping that ASAP. Wicked Avatar. Bear. No, it's not bear form. It's gazelle. That I don't know. Crystal Girl. Yeah, I don't know that. This, on the other hand, I feel like I've seen somewhere. Maybe? Am I familiar with this? Oh, it's Cosmo. Yeah, I've probably seen it. Oh, nah. Who is that? Snowl? No. Dreaming Town. Yeah. Nope. Oops. I like how on most of those old vanillas, you can like, or like on most cards in general, you can tell frame one that it's an old card. I think this one is called Princess something? Double? No. I don't know what this is called. Queen's Double. Oh. This is, I think, Ice Master. Ice. Ice Queen? No, I don't know. Cold Enchanter. Okay, the last minute has been bad. This is a Gem Knight, I think. Yeah, that's definitely a Gem Knight. Gem Knight. Sapphire. Infernity Dwarf. This is like Machine King, Machine Lord. Yeah. I don't know that one. Oh, Ignite. Oja Magic. Oja Magic. No. Some Nephthys. Rebirth of Nephthys. Gusto stuff. The this is a link, right? Is that the link? Thunder Dragon support. The problem, no, not armed. It's Armed Dragon support. The problem is, Armed Dragon Thunderbolt, Armed Dragon Flash. I don't know. Armed Dragon Lightning. I knew it was something like that. Of course, I guessed that one. I didn't guess that one. This is the zombie vanilla. Oh my god, what is that called? The zombie vanilla. I'm not skipping this one. Armored zombie, I think. Yeah. It's like vanilla 1500 attack or 1550. I don't know. This is another ring. Is blast something? Blast ring? No. Something of destruction. I know it's something of destruction. Not ring of destruction. Destruction ring. Oh yeah, that's what it is. You don't look familiar. I don't think I've seen that. Dragoonity. This thing. Yeah. You played that back in the day. I know that one. There's a lot of Dragoonities. I don't know many of them, but that one I know. That's Vorse Raider. Surely. Hey, oh, that's Dread Decimator again. Holy shit. I was not ready. Koakimeru. No, 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 no. Sea Panther? Yes, Sea Panther. Ooh. Have I seen that? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Oh, no, I haven't. No shot I get that ever. Wait, oh, Kaleidoheart. How do I need 4 zooms for Kaleidoheart? The hell is going on here? Fabled Ultra. Fabled artworks are weird sometimes. This Dark Paladin. It's the equip spell for Harpies, I think, but I don't know what it's called. Yeah, Cyber Shield. Is that... Generator, I think. Is that the new generator? Ra 10. Oh, no. Not a generator. Okay. Girgiano. MK2. No, nah. MK3 then. Oh, come on. God damn it. It's like scrolls. 6 scrolls of the samurai, yeah. This one I don't know. It's like ZW, Raid Raptor type of stuff. I'm not familiar with those. That looks familiar. It's like some Infernoid stuff. Ah, yeah. But it wasn't good Infernoid stuff. Not that there is many good Infernoid cards, if any. That's not one of them. Kaiser Glider remake, okay. Ancient map. No, wait, what? It's not ancient. What is it called? It's something map. But it's not Piri Rise map. Treasure map, not ancient map. Treasure map. No! Oh my god! Oh, that hurt. That hurt. Because it was gonna give us 800. Oh man, that hurt. God damn it. Okay. It's not bad still. It's not bad. 800 is okay. Yeah, I need to be faster at typing sometimes, because I also mistype sometimes. What's your high score? Well, the thing is, I don't count it as my high score because we do it together. You know, sometimes I look at chat. Usually I don't. I only look at it like for some cards where I'm sure that you will know it. I've done it on my own a couple times, like outside of stream, and I can get 800 on my own. I've gotten 800 on my own. On stream, we've gotten like 1100 or 1200. I don't know. On stream, like together on a good day, we've hit 11 or 1200, which I think is pretty strong. Like I think to get higher than that, you have to be cracked, because like sometimes looking at chat slows me down as well, because if you don't know a card, sometimes the fastest is to just skip it, right? Just go like skip as fast as you can. Sometimes I look at chat and then I see that chat doesn't know what the card is, or chat, for example, one example in this one was the, what was it called? Which one was it? Which one am I thinking of right now? There was like one card that I would have just skipped in a second, but because I looked at chat, it took way longer and we didn't even get it. It was the one with the, there was like an Abastroph in there and I didn't know that. Which one is it? Why can't I find it? Am I blind? It was, I think, called Queen's Double, but I don't remember how it looked. No, we got Rot 10, but I'm talking Queen's Double, but where is it? I still don't know how it looks. So I can't find it because I don't know how it looks. Does it show you the ones you skipped? I'm blind. There it is. Oh, this thing. So chat said queen double, and I typed that and I didn't find it. So I lost like 20 seconds or something because I was looking for the card when I could have just skipped it. Anyways, I'm pretty sure in order to get something like 2K, you have to do it on your own and pretty much know most cards by the first or second zoom. I don't think you can get there otherwise, because like, yeah, 2000 is crazy. It's more like the hyphen can ruin it sometimes. Yeah, hyphen, apostrophe, these kinds of things are really annoying. Like also, like Chaos Endmaster is like a card that I recognized like after 2 seconds, but then it took me like 20 to find it because I didn't know there was a hyphen between Chaos and End. Is there a leaderboard? I don't know. No, there's no leaderboard. All right. Let's find this daily card out real quick. Also, Kurai11, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Thank to you, I ended up playing Vanquish Soul. I mean, this is both a positive and a negative. My wallet is crying. I think it's a very fun deck, yeah, but like it is an investment, yeah. But hey, we're gonna find out in a bit whether it's a good investment or not, because maybe it's just getting cracked support and we all made the best investment of our lives, right? Exotic Soul, thank you for the Prime. Welcome to the channel. Appreciate that. Stuxnet FR, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Coming back from French Nationals with MathMech. Could you please help me with the deck? No. This is a Lila angle if I've ever seen one. It's not Lila. Okay, we're looking at chat, because I see a lot of wrong answers in chat. We're looking at a level 4 monster, not light or dark, not spellcaster, not warrior, effect, just effect. No extra deck, no flip, nothing like that, just effect monster. Higher than 1700 attack, higher than 200 defense, but lower than 1500. And the year is 2009 to 2014. Fire Fist. Fire Fist is a good guess. We could maybe go with a Fire Fist Dragon. Fire Fist Dragon. That was possible, but it was not it. It's not a fire. It's over 1800 even, so maybe we're looking at a 1900 attack. Kokimeru. Maybe Kokimeru Drago? No, that has too much defense. What about Sandman? Ooh, it could be Sandman. Oh, okay, we're getting closer. 1900 attack, 1200 defense. The year is 2009, exactly. And we're looking at wind or... what's the last one? Water. Wind or water. Red Eyes Wyvern is 1800 attack. Is there a Kokimeru wind monster from 2000? Oh. Oh! I thought that was it. I thought we had it. I thought we had it. It's a water. It's a water, chat. Is there another Kokimeru water? That felt like way too perfect. There is? Okay, but it's not listed here. Sea Panther? Kokimeru Sea Panther. That has to be it, right? Okay. Okay, we were just unlucky that we found the wrong water first. But that's the one, yeah. Is that the first time, chat? By the way, is that the first time we had a card on the daily that we had in the card guesser? Because we had that in the card guesser. Is that the first time? I think it is. I think that's the first time one of the cards in the card guesser appeared in the YG order. It's a special date today. It's a special date today. That hasn't happened before. All right. Nice one. Nabi, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Okay, chat. With the warm-up out of the way, let me welcome all of you to today's stream. Like I said earlier, this is going to be, unfortunately, the last stream of the week before I'm leaving for German Nationals. I'm leaving on Thursday, but I have a lot of stuff to do, a lot of work to do that I need to do tomorrow, so I need one day to, like, prepare. Also, like, finish up the deck, pack all my stuff, all that good stuff needs to happen tomorrow. So we're gonna have the last stream today before German Nationals. We're gonna make it a good one. There's a lot of stuff to look at, a lot of stuff to do. Let me tell you what we're trying to do today. I have a few things lined up in my tabs here, and let me just tell you what you're in for today. Most importantly, the news I saw this morning, there is new cards revealed from Age of Overlord, which is the next main set after Duelist Nexus. So we're gonna get that in a few months, and it brings dinosaur support, Nouvelle support, and most importantly, what I'm most excited for, Vanquish Soul support. Some Vanquish Soul support has been announced. I don't know how good it is yet. I don't know how many Vanquish Soul cards there are going to be, but I'm looking forward to that support because you guys know I've been saying this a lot. I think Vanquish Soul is an incredibly fun deck, and I hope it becomes a top meta contender. So that's something we're going to look at today. I don't think that's going to take up too much time. We're just going to look at the new cards, discuss them a little bit. After that, there is a new OCG Metagamereport, which I always like looking at. However, that's also not going to take up too much time, but I quickly want to talk about it. Then we're going to talk about some new developments in the Time Wizard community / Time Wizard public events for the European Championship, which is something that I'm personally excited for. But that's all. That's all just like getting the news out of the way, basically. Which is not going to take too much time. But after that, I want to talk about the new Battles of Legends a little bit, because in case you were here yesterday, you already know we watched some of the influencer openings for Battles of Legends, but we didn't really have time to talk about what that means for the game. And I want to take a quick look at the cards that are completely new in at least new to us in the TCG from Battles of Legends, because there are some, I think, really impactful really impactful cards in there, new printings, that will impact the European Championship as well as the North American WCQ. As well as there are some new cards where I simply don't know what they do. Like, there's a couple cards in here that I haven't read, so that's exciting. And then we can also quickly touch on the reprints. Like, do we think this is a good set that is worth, opening, worth looking into, getting the singles from? Some nice reprints are also in there. So I just quickly want to talk about the Battles of Legends thingy. I do think we know pretty much every single card in the set. There might be one that hasn't been pulled or something, or maybe like a collector's rare, a quarter century rare that hasn't been found yet in the few influencer openings. But I think the list that we have should be like 99% complete. So it will give us a very good insight into what the set is going to be like. And then for the rest of the stream, we're just going to focus on like mostly national championship preparations. Maybe we're going to do some gameplay as well, because people have been asking me for it. Like a mix of what I think about the current format, as well as some deck building thoughts I've been having, and some maybe some testing as well of like some decks. So there's that. Okay, let's hop right in. We're gonna go from we're gonna do the Vanquish Soul cards last, because they're the most exciting, but we'll see. In order to get revenge on the Master Duel community for what you went through for Master Duel Worlds qualifiers, please unleash a reign of terror by taking Runic Stun the ladder. No, thank you. No, thank you. Okay. You asked for a Link Transcendosaur, but should you have? Transcendosaur is the archetype that just came out for us, right? It's the archetype in Wild Survivors. That they gave them a fusion, a synchro, and a XYZ, but they didn't give them a link yet. So here we are. It isn't an archetype. Well, how else do you define it? How else do you define like a group of cards that all have the same name? Why is it not an archetype? Because they don't mention each other? Is that what's needed to be an archetype? Like, genuine question. I don't know what defines what, like, I guess it's probably a subjective definition of an archetype, but like, so what you mean is the Transcendosaur cards, they share the same name, but they don't have anything in common in terms of mentioning each other, and so you're saying it's not an archetype. Okay, fair enough. I guess it's not an archetype then. Sorry, my bad for calling it an archetype. I guess it's just a series of dinosaur support cards that happen to share the same name. Not an archetype. Anyways, doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter how you call it. They are here. Transcendosaur Exaraptor. Looks pretty dope. Link 3 Dark Dinosaur Effect Monster. Attack 3000 materials 2+ dinosaur monsters, including a level 6 or higher monster. That's kind of their thing, right? I honestly, let me tell you, one thing that I find whack about these Transcendosaurs is that they have this idea of, I'm gonna synergize with freaking Frostosaurus or some shit. Like vanilla dinosaurs, which I'm out here being like, I'm out here questioning, why are you guys trying to force me into playing more vanillas in my decks? I don't want to do that. Please stop. Anyways, you can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can special summon a dinosaur monster from your hand. Not bad. If a face-up dinosaur monster this card points to is destroyed by battle or sent to the graveyard, you can draw a card. Not bad. If this card is destroyed, you can shuffle a normal monster from your graveyard into the deck. Then you can special summon this card. That's what they all have. This doesn't feel that great, does it? I mean, it's just like, it's not a bad card. I'm not reading it and I'm like, this is outright not playable, but like a Link 3 monster that summons a dinosaur from your hand. I mean, summoning from your hand is a powerful ability, but on a Link 3, like, I've already been able to put 3 bodies onto the board, and then I can summon another one from hand. That seems like it's gonna be not that useful. And then the other one is like, if a face-up dinosaur monster is sent to the graveyard, you can draw a card. That one's neat, but look at the arrows here. Like, the arrows are freaking god-awful. Right? The arrows are god-awful. I have to basically go through all the hassle. I have to summon a Link monster up there, and then I have to summon this one under it to have it point somewhere, and that all that just to draw a card? I don't know about this one, Chief. This one doesn't feel great to me. It's not a terrible card. But I don't even know if this makes it into the extra deck as like a utility option. I don't know. It's Trigate arrows. Maybe you want it for extra linking. So the thing is, though, most dinosaur decks, or as far as I'm concerned, I don't think dinosaur decks lock yourself out of. I don't think they lock yourself out of other stuff. So even in the hypothetical scenario where you wanted this for extra linking, wouldn't you just rather make actual, like, the Trigate? Anyways, it has, okay, I'll give you that. It has some synergy with the Lost World token, because you can summon the Lost World token where this card points, and then you can attack it, and then you can draw a card. But that really isn't all that great. I mean, that's a lot of stuff that you have to do just to get a draw. I don't like that. I don't think this card is great. It's not garbage, but it's just not quite good enough. Like, maybe a couple years ago, this card would have been interesting in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Not gonna play that, I think. You're not gonna play that. It's time for a food showdown. I think this is Nouvelle support, and it's a pendulum card now, which is weird because I don't think Nouvelle has anything to do with pendulum at this point in time, does it? I'm not familiar with any. They don't have any, right? They don't have any pendulum at all, right? Okay. Poi, I'm gonna butcher that, so I'm not gonna even try. Level 1 Dark Fairy Pendulum effect. Pendulum scale 8. You can only use the pendulum effect of this card's name once per turn. If you control a ritual monster, you can target a monster on the field. Special summon this card, then change the targeted monster's battle position. Not great, because battle position changes aren't the greatest, most impactful thing in the world, unless they're maybe on a quick effect monster. Since it doesn't flip face down even, it's even worse. So it's just basically a very conditional extender. Remember that all nouvelles trigger when targeted? Okay, that is good context, because I did forget that. I did forget about that. That makes it a lot better. Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, fair enough. That makes it a little bit better. Yeah, that makes it not even a little bit in the context of the archetype where targeting yourself triggers your cards. Okay, that's better. That's better. That makes a whole lot more sense now too. So okay, I like that. I like that now. You can only use the first monster effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card is normal or special, you can activate one of these effects, add a level 1 ritual monster or a recipe card from your deck to your hand, banish any number of recipe cards from your grave, and if you do, special summon a nouvelle ritual monster from your hand with a level equal to the number banished. If this card on the field is tributed and added to the extra deck face up, you can place it in your pendulum zone. Okay. This card, in the context of nouvelles, this is a freaking nice card. This is a really nice card in the context of nouvelle. I don't know if this makes nouvelle good or not, but this card is powerful. Like, it does pretty much everything what you want. This card is a good normal summon because it adds, like, in case you bricked, you can normal summon this. If you can already play, you can just scale it, and then you can use it as an extender and get a free search on special summon and target your own ritual monster to trigger its effect. Or if you don't need the search, you can even use the other effect. I assume you're going to use the search effect a lot more because that's just, like, better a lot. But I mean, this basically can also make it so you don't need a ritual spell to special summon a ritual monster. And then on top of all that, if it's tributed for a ritual summon, it just goes back to the pendulum zone. That's a really good card. That's a really, really good card. Okay, people in chat calling it literally Vakaushi. That's not what it is, because Vakaushi is like one card starter, do everything you want in the game. That is not what this is. This is not as broken as Vakaushi, okay? But this card is very good. This card is very good, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And then we have Confectionery Contest. Quick play spell card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Special summon a nouvelle pendulum monster and a Paticiel. Oh! Isn't that the Starlight thingy? The fusion pendulum card? Like one of the isn't that to this date one of the lowest value Starlights ever made? That one? God damn, okay. I mean, I guess it's it kind of makes, they look kind of similar in terms of their layout and everything, and I guess it's you know. Childy Games, thank you for the bits. I won my WCQ based on your Sprite Twin Runic deck. Yo, congratulations, well done. I'm glad the deck did you well. It's not mine though. It wasn't I didn't make the deck. There's other people you'd have to thank for that. I was just the one who made it the farthest at the YCS, but congratulations regardless. Okay. You can only use the first and second effect with each one's parent. Special summon a nouvelle pendulum monster and a Paticiel pendulum monster from hand, deck, and or extra deck, one to each field. Also, you cannot use monsters as material for a Fusion, Synchro, XYZ, or Link for the rest of this turn except nouvelle and Paticiel monsters. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave, then target a face-up monster on the field that gains 200 attack for each recipe card in the graveyard. This card is also really good, no? I mean, okay, the drawback is very significant. it's not like you can play it in every single deck or something, but I'm thinking about it in the context of the Nouvelle deck, because it only mentions Fusion, Synchro, XYZ, or Link. It doesn't mention Ritual. You can still tribute for Ritual, summon whatever you want. Right? It doesn't right? It doesn't specify anything. And so what you can do, I guess, is you summon, if you draw this card, you just summon this thing to your field, and then you give the fusion monster to your opponent, and then you get a free search. It's like emergency teleport, basically, for this, right? It's emergency teleport for this, plus it targets a monster on your field, which apparently, you know, is good for Nouvelles. Want to compare the price graph? Oh my god, did the card go up? No, stop! I mean, actually, it doesn't matter. It has a super rare. Who cares? It has a super rare. Paticiel. Okay, so, I mean, this has it has spiked from 2 cents to 30 cents. Kind of crazy. The Starlight, okay. The Starlight has gone up from like 7 days average 45 euros to 80, which is crazy. It's almost doubled, dude. People are crazy for that. Because let me be clear here. Both of those cards, I'm looking at both of those cards, and both of those cards are good. No questions asked. But I do not really trust in the fact that this makes Nouvelle as a whole powerful enough to compete with like top meta decks in 2023. Because, I mean, you look at a lot of decks in the top meta, they have a lot of custom cards like this, right? A lot of Yu-Gi-Oh decks have very custom cards, and aren't even good, right? You look at something like Springans or whatever that hasn't even seen any competitive success, even though they have like a freaking quick play, Soul Charge, Rhoda, whatever. So I'd be careful with saying things like Nouvelle is going to be good because of this, only because those cards are good. I don't think it means that. But maybe it can elevate. I like this support regardless. I'm a big fan of these cards because I think the Nouvelle deck is kind of funny, and I think if they elevate the Nouvelle deck to like a deck you can maybe do well with at like locals or regionals level, I'd be down for that. I don't know how strong it's really going to end up being, but if Nouvelle has a chance at doing well, it's because of it needs exactly these types of cards. I feel like it needs exactly these types of cards to be relevant. So that's good support. As opposed to the dinosaur card, this is very solid support. But now, this is what I'm here for. This is what I'm here for. They called this the first fighter of the Vanquish Soul Season 1 Battle Pass arrives. Ooh, Vanquish Soul support. Vanquish Soul support. That kind of sounds like there's only one Vanquish Soul card here. I hope there's more, but let's see. It's fire too. I can already see that it's fire. That's good. We need fires. Remember, we're only playing the freaking... Where is it? I have it somewhere here. We're only playing Pluton or whatever it's called. Yeah. We're only playing stupid Pluton because it's a fire. Because sometimes you need a fire search off of Raisin. And this one is a fire. So as long as it's better than Pluton, it makes the deck better already. Vanquish Soul Jiao Long. Level 5 fire worm effect monster. Does this unlock any synergies because it's a worm? I'm not sure, but let's see. Oops. No! Okay. Attack 2400, defense 2100. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Also, they can't be activated in the same chain, as they all do. If you reveal a card in the hand to activate a Vanquish Soul card's effect, you can special summon this card from your hand. Okay. Solid effect, but not the main reason to play it. Quick effect. Ooh, now. You can activate one of these effects by revealing monsters in your hand with the listed attributes. Fire, change the battle position of a monster on the field. Okay, a little bit of a disruptive effect here, not bad. Fire and fire. Add a Vanquish Soul card from your deck to your hand, except Vanquish Soul Jiao Long. Ooh. Okay. Also, there's more cards down here I can see. Now, when I saw this part of the effect, I got really excited for a second. But you know what makes me... Okay, so first of all, this card is good. This card is good simply because, I mean, like I just said, it's a fire Vanquish Soul monster with a solid effect, which means that you don't need to play Pluton anymore. And people are playing Pluton. Not everyone is playing Pluton, but some people are. And this card is absolutely better than Pluton. Right? Because it has an effect. Pluton is basically a freaking vanilla. Right? So, this card, in the current iteration of Vanquish Soul, you would definitely play this card. The reason why I was really excited about this effect at first is because one thing I was really hoping for was a way to find Raisin. Because that is, I think, currently, the way I currently understand Vanquish Soul is that the key problem of the deck is that you need to find Raisin. If you don't have Raisin, the deck is really, really suboptimal in comparison to what it could do if it finds you Raisin. The problem is, this card finding you Raisin is rather unlikely because you would have to have, basically in order to summon it, you would have to have a hand that already plays, and then in order to find the Raisin, you have to have 2 other fire monsters, right? Because Raisin is already a fire monster. If this was like Earth and Dark or something, it'd be completely cracked. If this was Earth and Dark, like some of the other ones, it would be insane, because then if you don't have Raisin, you probably have a bunch of Earth and Darks, so then you can, I think this can mean one of 2 things. You could just play 1 copy of this card. You could just play 1 copy of this card instead of the Pluton, and that would be fine, right? Because if you already have Raisin, you can just search this card. And if you have Raisin, you can basically customize your hand in any way you want. Because if you have Raisin, you search every turn and add back whatever you want. You can then reveal 2 fires relatively easily to, add any card. And it just it just further gives you, this card is really good because it gives you more grind game. It gives you an extender, right? Because a lot of the Vanquish Souls are you can, most of the Vanquish Souls don't put more monsters onto the field, right? Because they all, the Borger and the Caesar, they can special summon themselves, but they have to return another one. So you don't get more bodies onto the field by doing that. This one gives you the option to put more bodies onto the field if you want to, but you don't lose Vanquish Soul cards in your hand because you can add another one by doing it, right? So this card is pretty cool. I like it. And it gives you another solid interruption, I think if you look at all the Vanquish Soul cards, you will notice that all of them have one minor disruptive effect. Most of them, like Raisin popping the monsters in its column, Panthera popping the back row in its column, Caesar popping a card on the field. They all have mini interruptions, but if you add all of them together, they become really annoying, right? They can become really annoying if you add all of them together, and this one is just one additional piece to the puzzle. But it is certainly possible that you only play 1 copy of this card, which is honestly, even though it is good, it makes the deck better. It's a little bit disappointing because I was hoping for a card that's really good that you can play 3 of, that makes the deck more consistent, which I don't know if this thing does it. But on the other hand, I think one thing you could also see is you could maybe people can play the deck a lot differently, where you just play with a lot more emphasis on fire, right? You just play a lot more fire monsters than you did before. You play Ashes, you play Fenrir to add Riceheart. Maybe you play Durandal now as well. I love Durandal in the deck anyways. I don't know why not more people are playing the Durandal equip spell that finds you a fire warrior. I would probably play that in any Vanquish Soul build, to be honest. But you can play Kurikara, you can play the Fire Kaiju, you can play stuff like that, and then you maybe can sometimes find your Raisin because you draw Ash Fenrir, right? Special Fenrir, add Riceheart, do normal summon Madlov, summon the Jiaolong from your hand, and you can reveal Ash and Riceheart to find your Raisin. I think if you play enough fire monsters, you can actually consistently pull this off even without having Raisin, you know? So I think this is a solid card for sure. It's a solid card. I'm a fan of this card, even though it's not broken, but honestly, I think that's kind of okay. I didn't want them to make Vanquish Soul good just by giving them another completely custom card. I think it's a better way to design a deck overall. I think we would all be better off if they designed more cards like this card is just solid and not completely busted. So I'm hopeful that this alongside some other balanced good support, maybe we can see Vanquish Soul make an impact. The one thing that remains to be seen, like, I'm pretty sure, like, the thing is, if this card existed right now, we'd be playing it, and it would make Vanquish Soul better, and Vanquish Soul is already not bad, so I'm wondering how good it would be if we had this card now. The problem is, until we get this card, there's a whole 2 more main sets, so the power level of Yu-Gi-Oh! Will probably go up a little bit until we get this card. So it remains to be seen whether it'll have the same impact that it would have now. But there's one more card. It's a trap card, which made me immediately when I saw it less excited about it, but let's read it regardless. Maybe it's completely busted, broken custom card. You can only activate 1 card with this card name per turn. Reveal up to 3 monsters in your hand, 1 dark, 1 earth, 1 fire. Apply these effects in sequence based on the number revealed. 1. Inflict 400 damage to your opponent, then you can special summon a Vanquish Soul monster from your hand. 2. Inflict 600 damage to your opponent. Also, Vanquish Soul monsters you control can't be destroyed by card effects this turn. 3. Inflict 800 damage to your opponent, then you can destroy all monsters on the field. Okay, so in order for this card to, in my opinion, be any good, you need to have you need to have all 3 in hand, pretty much. And if you have all 3 in hand, this card basically is a quick play Dark Hole that doesn't destroy your Vanquish Soul monsters, because you will make them unable to be destroyed by card effects, and then you blow up the entire board. Two things that you will destroy your own rock, which is kind of an anti-synergy. Like, I don't know why they did that. Like, the fact that this kills your own rock is kind of annoying. They gave a time card to this archetype. No, this is not the time card of the archetype. Heavy Borger is the time. Like, this deck already has a card that can deal damage on your first turn. A trap card, I wouldn't be worried too much about a trap card that inflicts burn damage. Right? I don't think you need to be worried about this being in timeout, because it's way more likely that you lose to Heavy Borger than to this card. Really hard to activate the third effect. I don't think that's true. I think if you build your deck accordingly, if you play... Like, the thing is, the way I would personally play Vanquish Soul is I would try to play... As my non-engine cards, I would try to play as many monsters with the right attributes. Like, I would consider Bestials, Bell, Fenrir, Ash, Crow, those kind of cards I would consider way more. I see people playing cards like Talons, Nibiru, Drolan Lockbird, Evenly Matched, whatever, in their Vanquish Soul decks. I don't fully agree with those decisions. I think it's better to have cards that have those attributes. But yeah. The thing about this is that it's a trap card. If this was I'll say one thing, if this was a quick play spell, it'd be completely busted custom card. So I'm kind of glad it's a trap card, because if you could use this going second as like extender plus wipe your opponent's board, it'd be completely stupid. Like, this card is, it's good that this is a trap card. It should not be a quick play spell. The question is, do you want to play a card like this? Can Madlove search spell and trap? I think it can, right? Vanquish Soul, Madlove. Add a Vanquish Soul spell and trap. Yes, it can. Okay. So you have 2 ways of finding this card, which is Madlove and Jiaolong. Now, Madlove is the way more realistic take, right? That's like the way more realistic scenario that you're gonna find this card is just by summoning Madlove, which is fine. The thing is, you already play Book of Moon, you definitely play this. I don't know if they are comparable because the Book of Moon type of card... The Book of Moon type of card is like way less situational because like you don't need all three in hand. Right? You don't need all three in hand. This card to me seems a little bit... It seems a little bit situational because it's very hard to have all three. It seems a little bit win more because if I can set up my board, if I have all three different attributes in hand and I can search Snow Devil, I feel like I'm already like in a really good spot. I don't know if this solves any problems of the deck. I'm really not sure if it does that. So as cool as this card reads when you can do it for the full effect, I am not convinced that I would play this card. I'm not sure if I would play this card. However, I will say I think that the first effect is a little bit underrated. I think extension from your hand, if you want to, in Vanquish Souls, is pretty cool. This is kind of good versus evenly? What does this have to do with evenly? Why does this help with evenly? I don't understand that statement. Trap extension kind of bad. In general, yes. In general, I agree with you. Extender as a trap is not something very good in 2023. In Vanquish Soul specifically, where all of their cards have like nice effects on the opponent's turn. Like, for example, Raisin, right? Destroys the monsters in its column. So naturally, if you put a Raisin onto the field on turn 1, your opponent is not going to put a card into its column. However, summoning on your opponent's turn, you can do stuff like your opponent summons a monster, you use this to summon Raisin in the same column, and then you pop it, right? So I think extension on your opponent's turn is quite neat, specifically in Vanquish Soul. I'm not saying this makes this card good enough. I still think this is a one-off at best, probably not play it at all, or maybe side it for going first against some decks or whatever. But overall, this card it's not terrible, but it's not great either. So, yeah, I like this card. This card will see play in Vanquish Soul, if Vanquish Soul is still a thing until Age of Overlord. The one thing that I will say about these support cards is that I don't think that they make Vanquish Soul busted. Right? The first card is good. It will see play. It makes the deck better, but does it make it busted? No. Kind of hopeful that we could see one or two more cards. I don't know if that's realistic. People have said to me before that they usually reveal these cards together, but I don't know if that's true. Like, people have been saying if they reveal like Vanquish Soul support from Age of Overlord, they will reveal all of them at the same time. Right? And so I don't know if that's true, but that would mean that in Age of Overlord, this is all we get for Vanquish Soul. On another note, Vanquish Soul is also a deck, which is kind of cool about it, is that it can also benefit from other just generically good card that isn't a Vanquish Soul card, right? Like, imagine they just throw another generically good card in this set that's a fire monster. It doesn't have to be a Vanquish Soul card. If they just print a good fire monster that is like really good, that helps the deck as well. You know, something like, or Earth as well, Dark as well. Like, generically powerful cards do buff Vanquish Soul, right? Like, you know how Fenrir and Ash are really good in the deck? You know. They have the Fire set coming out. That too, right? Do we know everything from the Fire Duelist pack yet? Like, the Fire Duelist pack, if there's some good shit in there, that's technically a Vanquish Soul buff. Kurikara will rise with the Vanquish prices. I don't think that's the case, no. Like, the problem is that I don't think it works that way around. I don't think Vanquish Soul buffs fire cards. It's more like fire cards buff Vanquish Soul, right? You're not going to play a fire card in Vanquish Soul only because it's fire. It has to be good, right? Like, and if Kurikara is good, you play it. If it's not good, you don't play it. There is a Fire Warrior Searcher in the Duelist set. It's a generic rank 4. What's the name of that card? We've probably seen it, but what was it again? What was the name again? I forgot. Batlin Boxer? Batlin Boxer Dempsey. If this card is special summoned, you can take a level 4 or lower Fire Warrior or a Batlin Boxer spell trap, add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard. Detach a material from a monster you control, and if you do, your opponent cannot target. I don't know. Like, the thing is, it's a good card, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if it's a good card for Vanquish Soul. Like, the problem is, in order to make this, you probably have to invest your normal summon. And if you do that, you can't normal summon your Raisin. You can't normal summon a Vanquish Soul in general. It's kind of mid. You could use Parallel Exceed. That's the one exception. But the problem is, even then, you need like a Vanquish Soul. Let's say you have Mad Love and Parallel Exceed. You go normal summon Mad Love, search, make the link. Summon Parallel Exceed, make this, search Raisin, then you have to spend your Vanquish Soul Rock on the first turn to summon Raisin from hand. It works, but it's not great, I think. It's not gonna solve the problem, basically. Maybe it's an option you have if you play Parallel Exceed, but like Parallel Exceed also, yeah, it's a wind, which isn't good. I don't know about this one. Like, it's a good card. I don't know if that's gonna solve the problems of Vanquish Soul, but okay. I'm not disappointed by this archetype support. I'm not disappointed, but as a fan of the deck, I still want more, you know? I'm greedy for Vanquish Soul support. I'm greedy out here. You know, they gave us a good card, but I still want more. That's how I'm feeling. Okay. Someone was asking me about Rescue Ace just a minute ago. And I think I know why you're asking this, because I glanced at this morning. The newest OCG Metagamereport has some stuff I quickly want to talk about and look at, because I've only seen the breakdown. I haven't looked at anything else. But apparently, chat, Rescue Ace, in the last 2 weeks, has been the most played or most successful deck in the OCG. Even more, keep in mind, this deck has more representation than Purely, and Purely already has the custom rank 2. Purely is a custom deck in the OCG. Because they still have everything at full power, and they have the new XYZ that's completely busted, and the new trap card. I don't know if they're using that. Probably not. Anyways, Purely is insanely strong in the OCG, and they're playing Rescue Ace. 2 of those tops are Vlad. Really? Is Vlad in here? Oh yeah, he was there. Yeah, I saw that. So anyways, the decks that are being played in the OCG right now, Rescue Ace, which was a surprise to me. Purely, which was not a surprise to me. Runic, which I think is Runic Stun, which is Troll Despair. Branded is still here. They have 3 circulars, so there's no surprise. Mathemic is here. Adamancipator, Tearlaments, they can't let go. Kashtira, they can't let go. Super Heavy Samurai is... I don't remember what their state is in terms of hits on the ban list on Super Heavy Samurai. I don't know if they already did something about it or not. I forgot. I feel like it's still full power. It's still full power, yeah, okay. So they're still not using it. I do think one thing that's worth noting here is that currently in the OCG, the decks that are doing the best, I think are some of the decks that are the best against Maxi in general. So, like, a lot of the decks down here are, like, playable, but I think they have less success rate because these decks down here, except for Vanquish Soul, but all those decks down here suffer way more from Maxi than those decks up here. So, yeah. Let's look at some deck lists. The problem is, chat. I just noticed. I don't know what any of those cards do. I just forgot about all of those. I don't have the memory of those cards. I just know that. I just remember that, like, all of the, like, the big thingy. I think this is the big turbulence guy, which is the one that sets like 4 different rescue ace cards from your deck, and you play one of all the ones because of that, I think, except for emergency, which is apparently good, which is the new ones that we don't have yet. Emergency is new, I think, and one of those, right? There's 2 more cards, right? Let's read this above. Rescue Ace could easily disable the opponent's X Purely Noir using Rescue Ace Impulse. As written in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card database, Rescue Ace Impulse first effect is an effect that's applied to both players, thus even as a monster that is unaffected is selected, that monster's effect on the field cannot be activated this turn. The opponent could respond with Noir's effect by targeting Impulse, but Impulse's second effect could be activated in a chain to tribute itself as cost to special summon a machine Rescue Ace monster from your deck. The core of Rescue Ace's disruption comes from Rescue Ace Turbulence effect to set up 4 Rescue Ace quick play spells from your deck. As such, the opponent would use Effect Veiler or Impermanence to negate Turbulence's effect. Rescue Ace could first special summon Proxy Magician and use its effect to fusion summon Mud Dragon of the Swamp before summoning Turbulence to make it fire to make it unable to be targeted. Okay, so their game plan still remains the same, right? Their game plan still remains the same. You just summon Turbulence, set 4, and in order to make that happen, you make it untargetable by summoning a Mud Dragon first. Which is kind of crazy that they are going for all those, through all the hassle. They're going through all the works to summon a Proxy Magician to make a Mud Dragon, which is an investment of 3 monsters, right? You need to invest 2 monsters to make Proxy, and then you use the Proxy and 1 more monster to make Mud Dragon, I guess. So you're investing 3 monsters just to make sure your Turbulence resolves. That's how powerful Turbulence is. I mean, it sets 4 cards from your deck, so it kind of makes sense that is your choke point. So you're protecting your choke point at all costs. Yeah, I don't know about this. I don't know if this deck will be good or not. I personally am not the biggest fan of the archetype, because I don't like the idea of playing this many one-offs that I don't think you want to draw them, you want to set them for free. I don't love that idea, but I guess the deck is somewhat powerful now. I mean, I'm looking at it and it's got room for some tech cards, you know. We have, like, what do we have here? 10 hand traps, 2 call to buys. We have some room. Okay. Apparently it's solid. You use Regulus because you have machines in the deck? Sure, yeah. Free Omni Negate sometimes. I wonder why it's 1. Because I don't know if they can search it. I'm not sure if they can search it. I think one thing... Here's the standard 1-card combo. Okay, hold up. Let me... Airlifter, add emergency. Special summon Hydrant from the deck. Hydrant effect, add Turbulence. Turbulence, banish. Sets 4. Wait. Oh, okay. You can activate it immediately. I was confused for a second because okay. Okay, my bad. Okay. That is impressive. That's impressive. It's an impressive combo for 1 card, I have to say. I have to admit. But I think what's even more important to note here, and that is why I think this deck is particularly, like, why they like it in the OCG, this combo doesn't require you to really play into Max C at all. Right? Like, you've special summoned 3 times, And the last special summon can even be optional. Like you don't have to special summon the preventer. So theoretically, you can really go plus a lot with just 2 special summons. And I think that is one of the reasons why they like it. Now, that also means that I'm not sure how good this is in the TCG, right? Because maybe we don't have Maxi, so those type of concepts are a little bit worse for us, but interesting. And then purely is I was expecting this deck to really take off because I think the new XYZ, this dark XYZ over here, I thought was gonna make this deck pop off like crazy. It's basically it looks like it looked before, honestly, and it's still doing really well for them. It's still doing really well, so yeah, it's a good deck for them. I'm just wondering whether it's gonna be good for us when we get the XYZ again. I really hope it will. Oh, they're smart. The OCG is smart. They're not playing Gimmick Puppet. Very smart. Nice. Oh, but they're siding Edo. Never mind. I take that back. Oh, oops. Oh, okay. I mean, look. OCG format right now, it feels like it's healing a little bit. It feels like it's healing a little bit. Like, I've definitely looked at OCG meta breakdowns beforehand, and it felt a lot more like Troll Despair, right? Like, it was a lot, it used to be a lot more like Adamancipator, Super Heavy Samurai, Kashtira, over and over and over again, right? You know, like these decks still exist. These decks still exist, and Runic Stun at 9% is kind of crazy, because I assume most of this is Runic Stun, because for some reason, the OCG refuses to play Runic decks with, like, any sort of combo potential. They all freaking play Runic Stun every time. They refuse to believe that Runic can be used as a combo deck. But anyways, a lot of the decks here, I mean, Rescue Ace is looks like a cool deck in my book. It's all right. Purely is fine in my book. Branded is fine in my book. The current iteration of Tearlament for them is also fine in my book. Vanquish Soul is cool. Dragon Link is cool. They have a couple cool decks in the OCG right now. I think their metagame is a lot more healthy than it used to be. Even though they have Maxi, yeah. Still not, yeah. So yeah, oh yeah, 20 Runics. Out of the 20 Runics, it was 19 Runic Stuns and 1 Naturia Runic Giga Chad. One of them. Which is crazy, because Naturia Runic for them is basically full power, right? Like, that was a top tier deck for us, pretty much. Like, absolutely, you can't really deny that Naturia Runic was like a really good deck for us. And they pretty much have the entirety of the deck legal. They're just not playing it. I mean, it is worse against Maxi than other decks. Yeah, Maxi does have an impact. I mean, but they're still playing decks like Adamancipator, right? And Adamancipator is awful into Maxi as well. But either way, it is what it is. It's just, to me, sometimes it feels like the OCG just refuses to play the Runic cards in a way that we're not intended to, right? Because, like, yeah, Runic was intended to be a deck out deck. And they're like, that's how I'm using it. I'm not using it in another way. I'm not using it. If I play Runic, I have to deck my opponent out, because that's what they are trying to do. They're playing lore accurate Runic decks. That's what it is. But playing like full super heavy samurai as full combo decks, that's fine. You know, that's all. That Helipog, hey, super heavy samurai playing like 10-minute turns, that's cool. Runic doing combo, that's cringe. All right. That was a fun look at the OCG metagame. Looking kind of cool, very interesting. Okay. Last important news that I wanted to look at. I only saw this screenshot this morning. At the upcoming WCQ Europe, duelists will be able to play in the Time Wizard event public event. We will have up to 256 duelists competing in up to 8 rounds of Swiss with a cut to top 8. Prizes: winner gets a giant card, second to third place gets an oversized card, and fourth to 8th place gets a Light and Darkness Dragon game mat. Now, I need to say 2 things about this. There's good news and there's bad news. There's good news and there's bad news. Actually, there is multiple iterations of good news and multiple iterations of bad news. Let's start with the good news first. The good news is, the overarching good news is that Edison is getting more and more support and more recognition, which it deserves. Edison is a great format. Time Wizard in general is a great way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I hope more and more people are getting into it. I cannot imagine anything more hyped. I can literally not imagine anything more hyped than a Time Wizard YCS. I would love that so much. And I think they are doing these types of events because the ones that they've been previously doing have been doing really well. People have been loving these events. People have really taken part in public Edison events so much that they feel compelled to make bigger events. And I am convinced that if these types of events do well, they will maybe consider going even bigger. And that's really what I'm hoping for. And that this news basically confirms that, right? We've had public events at YCSs for a while now in Time Wizard format, but they've been a lot smaller in terms of the prize support and whatnot, but a lot of people have been signing up, and I think bigger events, bigger prizes maybe makes the format blow up even more. So that's what I'm really looking for. The second good news for anyone in Europe is the Light and Darkness Dragon playmat is finally coming to Europe. It's an insane playmat. I love it, and we are finally getting it in Europe as well. Let's talk about the bad news. The bad news is that I may have picked up a Light and Darkness Dragon mat 2 days ago. 2 days ago, a friend of mine messaged me. A friend messaged me and he was like, hey, he's a vendor. And he's like, I have someone trying to sell me a Light and Darkness Dragon mat. If you want to, I can buy it for you. You can have it. He's from the US, so it's going to take a couple of weeks to be here. But then you have one. And I was like, hell yeah, I want that. Hell yeah, I want that. Get it. And they bought it. And I'm going to have it in like 6 weeks or some shit. And now it's coming to Europe. Now it's coming to Europe. So it's one of the typical situations where I make a sacrifice for the Yu-Gi-Oh community, where I make a decision, and then and then everyone else benefits. Classic. Yeah. Well, anyways, there we are. The second bad news is that I can't play in this, right? Because I don't know if this is going to be, I hope it's going to be Friday. It wouldn't make any sense for this to be on Saturday. Maybe Sunday makes sense, but I can't play in this unless it's unless it's on Sunday and I don't do well in the main event, which I'm not hoping for. But even if this is on Friday of Euros, I can't play because on Friday is the playoffs for Worlds, right? I won't have time on Friday, which is a first world problem. I'll admit that. But I would have really liked to play in this. But it looks like I won't be able to. It looks like I won't be able to play this, but still, I think this overall is great news. Overall, this is great news. I love that. I was very happy when I saw this morning, so that's very nice. North America is doing theirs on Saturday at 12. Now, how does that make any sense? No, seriously, how does that make any sense? They are they're in North America, they're doing the same thing on Saturday, 12 o'clock, where literally everyone is gonna be playing the main event. That's like not even early enough for the people, or like that's not even late enough for the people that'll drop. Cause like you start at like 10 a.m. By 12 a.m., you've barely played 2 rounds. Most people will not drop after 2 rounds. You can still top after lose. Even if you lose both rounds, you can technically still top. Why would you? Oh, that's so dumb. That's so dumb. I mean, the thing is, there are players that only play Time Wizard, right? There are some people that only play Time Wizard, and for those, it doesn't matter, right? Just do it on Saturday. Who cares? But the thing is, I feel like you're just basically you're losing so many potential participants by let's not lose brain cells over this decision. I hope it's going to be a better timing in Europe. Let's hope it's going to be better timing in Europe, but we'll wait and see. Okay. That is all the news I wanted to cover for today. It's taken quite a little bit longer than I expected, but we're gonna get into some substance now. Are you going to vlog some parts of the German event? The thing about it is that I've thought about doing that before. It's just I'm really bad at vlogging. I don't know what it is, but I just I keep forgetting, or I keep feeling weird in public running around with a camera. It's not something I'm used to. I haven't managed to do it yet at the previous events. Maybe, but I don't know. Like I was thinking it'd be cool to do it, but I haven't been able to do one. Do you ever pre-build decks based on announced cards? You mean like a new card is revealed and I start building decks immediately? Usually not, because usually it's more because I'm busy with current format, right? It's like I'm preparing for a tournament this weekend right now. So I'm looking at new cards, I'm telling you what I think about them, but I'm not going to go ahead and test the deck with them because it still takes some time until we get those cards. So I prioritize caring about the present format, basically. But yeah. All right. Speaking of present, there is some support cards that will be releasing very, very soon, which is the stuff that we've seen the influencer openings yesterday. Battles of Legends Monstrous Revenge is releasing in 9 days. So this is next week, very soon, very, very soon. And this will be legal for both the European Championship as well as the North American WCQ. And maybe even some other WCQs around the globe. I don't know exactly all the dates of all the World Championship qualifiers, but it's going to be legal for some of the biggest tournaments coming up. I'm looking at these on Card Cluster right now. I don't know if there's a better way to look at all that, but that's what I found this morning when I was looking for Battles of Legends Monsters Revenge set list. So here we have all the cards listed, and we even have a little icon, a little color thingy next to the cards in signaling which rarity they come in. The set only has what? Ultra rares and secret rares and the new quarter century rarity. Sort by rarity? Sort by rarity. Oh yeah, that's better. Okay. So the light blue means that the card comes in quarter century rare. We can look at the quarter century rares in a bit. The purple is secret rares, and the yellow gold-ish is obviously ultra rare. Is it confirmed legal for Euros? I mean, yes. Why would it not be? It releases like it releases 1.5 weeks. 1.5 weeks before Euros. Of course it's legal. Oh my god, this is so much better. This is so much better. Holy shit. I can't believe the other way is the standard layout. That's so dumb. Why is the other one the standard layout? Holy shit. Give me this when I enter the page. What the hell? Okay. God damn. All right. So, I want to talk about this set, or look at this set, in 3 different sections basically. The first section is quickly go over the reprints, because this set is a mix between completely new cards and reprints. I want to quickly touch on some reprints that are being done and how I like them, or how we like them. Then we're going to look at new cards, right? See what sort of potential is there, because I know some of those cards are good, like Assault Synchron, Duality, the Sky Striker Link. Some of those cards we absolutely need to talk about. Some of the other cards I even need to read because I don't remember what they do. And then the third thing is I quickly want to talk about the quarter century rare, which there's a couple of them confirmed already. I don't know if this is all of them, but I just want to quickly, go over that. So let's quickly talk about reprints first. There's a few things worth noting, because I think this has a lot of good reprints. Let's go top to bottom, cards that are good reprints that I can see. Ibli has been going up in price, so I think Ibli is a very welcome reprint. Danger Nessie, while not being a stupid expensive card, it's been around, even for the gold rare, ultra rare versions, I think you needed to pay around $4 to $5, maybe even more than that, I'm not sure. But Danger Nessie is also a welcome reprint. Like, this card definitely wasn't cheap. Like, cheap. Foxy Tune and Ogre Dance are incredible reprints. Those cards have been expensive, even though they weren't even part of top meta decks currently, but they were still, like, you could play some local, like, you can now make some really nice budget decks with these cards, I think. Because in, like, Gold Pride Punk or whatever, those were like the most expensive cards, I think. So Punk reprints are nice. Adventure reprints, same thing, right? Adventure cards are not present in any of the top tier meta decks. Still, Rite of Aramis and Water Enchantress were kind of pricey for tier 2 to tier 3 decks. It didn't feel great. I can imagine it didn't feel great to look at, like, a deck that you thought was cool, but not really, like, top tier, and you needed to spend, like, I'm pretty sure the full adventure engine was still like over $100, right? And so now that gives you the ability to finally play those cards at a reasonable price point, I hope. Junk Archer, you might not know this if you're not into Time Wizard, but this card was stupid expensive. This card needed a reprint, for sure. Very good. Very happy that they gave the Edison players some love with this one. And even a nice printing. It has an ultra rare and a super rare, and I believe also already had no, it didn't have a secret rare print, I think. And now it gets a secret rare print. That's nice. Draco Berserker of the Tenny. Originally, yesterday when I saw this, I wasn't sure if this was a good reprint or not, but chat said it was apparently 15 euros. Apparently, Draco Berserker of the Tenny was cash money, so good reprint. Amazing Dragon, okay reprint. Tiramisu, okay reprint. I think Tiramisu was somewhat expensive, but I mean, not that many people want to play Madolche, but it's fine. Number 92. I'm crying finally. Okay, why was this a good reprint? Can someone tell me? Was this expensive? It was... Okay, someone, literally, there was 2 people in chat. One said 40 euros and one said 1 euro. Literally, how can your information be so different? Okay, I'm going over the card market. I'm typing it in. C92. No, it's not C92. It's number 92. Number 92. Heart. Okay, this card was, at least in this rarity, it's like 8 or 9 euros for a card that, by all intents, from a competitive standpoint, this card is pretty much garbage. So I don't understand that. Is there more reprints? Okay, that's an oversized card. It has an ulti and an ultra and a ghost. Ultra was also... No, this card was expensive. Yeah, okay. That card was expensive. Herald of Pure Light was also expensive. Like, expensive... Sometimes I'm using expensive in very different terms because you have to view it in relation, right? Like, I mean, Herald of Pure Light, I think, was like a 10 euro card or something, which is like, compared to some other cards in here, it wasn't that expensive. But if you're looking at like a super rare, it's just a super rare from way back in the day that like you only play it very rarely in different sprite variations. Spending $10 on that or whatever is just annoying. It's just annoying sometimes that like you have to spend, or if you're building an Edison deck, you know, spending $10 or $15 on a junk archer is just annoying because it doesn't have to be that way. The card isn't that good. It's only expensive because it's super old and hasn't been reprinted. It's just a frustrating thing to spend like 10 or more bucks on a card like that. Dante, I don't understand. Was Dante money? Surely not. No way. Okay, no, it wasn't. It wasn't. Then we have this thing which people have been coping on. I guess it might have been gone up because people have been coping, but good reprint. Zeus is a good reprint for sure. No one's complaining about Zeus. Unless you're talking the quarter century rare, I'm sure some people will complain about that one. We'll talk about that in a second. But good reprint. IP, very good reprint. Dark Hole, meh. Terraforming, meh. Super Poly, meh. Book of Eclipse, meh. Engage alternate art. Okay. I mean, I still think I like the OG more, but this one's kind of cool. So if it floats your boat, this one is nice. It's nice. It's not bad. Ultra rares. What do we have? Good reprints. Any ultra rares that are really good reprints? Anything worth mentioning? Volcanic Shell, I guess, is kind of neat for Edison. Dark Armed, we always respect Dark Armed whenever we see it. That's just, it has to be like that. Aratama, good reprint. Aratama, definitely a good reprint. I don't know if Sakitama was also expensive, but definitely Aratama was. So there we go. Sprite Carrot that's a psychopathic one because there's like literally all of the sprites are like have super rare prints except for Bloon and Carrot, and they're giving Carrot an ultra rare print, which none of the other sprite cards have an ultra rare print. None of the other sprites have an ultra rare printing. It's psychopathic that they're expecting me to put an ultra rare Carrot into my deck. Anyways, no one is gonna do that. The demand for ultra rare Carrot is literally 0. The optimal rarity for Sprite Red and Sprite Carrot remains common. It remains common. Okay? Chat, no one puts ultra rare Sprite Carrot into their deck. Okay? It's just wrong. It's just wrong. You can't stop me. We'll see about that. Anyways, Baldrake is another one of those. A Baldrake, why? I can feel my blood pressure rising at the idea. First of all, printing Baldrake as a common was already psychopathic, because literally all the bestial level 6s, all of them are super rares. All of them are super rares. It should have been matching. It should have been a matching rarity. And now you're reprinting it. You're reprinting it like only a couple weeks after its original release, or how long is it? Like a couple months. And instead of giving it like an OTS super rare, instead of giving this one an OTS super rare, you're making it ultra rare. Which no other bestial has, except for freaking Albalos, which no one plays anyways. Nah. This is not okay. This is not okay. These two are the no. Anyways, where was I? I've lost track. Deer Note, solid reprint, even though it's the same rarity as before. Jin Buster, very good reprint. Same thing as Herald of the Pure Light. This card's been like a what, 10 euro rare or something, which is like crazy. Constellar Diamond, okay. Di-Fi actually also not bad. I think that card wasn't that cheap. And then now the Sprite Smashers reprint. The Sprite Smashers reprint makes sense because Sprite Starter is an ultra rare, so I can play matching ultra rare Sprite spells. That makes sense. Well done. That's how you rarity bump properly. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Anyways, that's the reprints. Overall, very solid set of reprints. Very solid set of reprints, I think. Also, I'm just now noticing that this list is not complete. Because there is definitely also... Welcome Labyrinth is also in here. They have it as a quarter century rare listed up here. But Welcome Labyrinth is also in here. As a secret rare. I've seen it. We've seen it yesterday in the openings. It's in here. Lady is probably also in here. Is it also a secret? Are they both just secrets? Let me... there's another one here. I can't read the effects here, but it has also some of the cards. Let me see if there's anything that they missed in the other one. There's Welcome Labyrinth as a secret rare. And where's Lady? They haven't listed Lady. Unless I'm blind? No, they haven't. Lady isn't here. Lady is only a quarter century rare. Oh, okay. So Lady is only in there as a quarter century rare. Okay. But that's definitely not the case for... It's definitely not the case for Welcome Labyrinth. Welcome Labyrinth is definitely in here as a regular secret. I've seen it being pulled yesterday. So that's also... It goes without saying that this is a very good reprint. Greg, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate the support. Welcome back. Thank you for the sub. Okay, so... That is the reprints. And on that side, honestly... This feels like an insane reprint set to me. This feels really nice. I'll say one thing about these sets in the past. In the past couple months, the past couple releases, their reprint policy their reprint policy in these types of sets, I've been a big fan of. I've been a big fan of their recent reprints. Also, like, remember in the last year when they gave us like a lot of reprints for like Talons, Lightning Storm, Evenly. All those cards are relatively affordable now. I've been a fan of their reprint policy recently, right? You can say about their initial rarities, you can say a lot of bad things about their initial rarities, like, you know, with the Vanquish Souls and stuff. I still have critique points about their rarity systems, but the reprints recently, I've been a fan of that portion at least. You know, I've been a fan of that recently. Still buying singles this time, to be honest. I mean, most of the time buying singles is better. Buying packs, the thing is, there are some sets where you can justify getting yourself some packs for the joy of opening them, for the excitement, and then if the set is good, you won't lose much money, or maybe even make some. But most of the time, buying singles is the smarter move anyways, you know, like usually buying singles is the way anyways, right? But if the set is really good, then you can like you can open it and justify spending the money on it if you like opening some stuff. Thoughts compared to the last Battles of Legends? I sadly don't remember the last Battles of Legends well enough to draw a comparison. I don't know enough about it. The set is fine, but not crazy, in my opinion. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty solid. Anyways, let's talk about this quarter century rare real quick. Quarter century rare in general, I think, is a nice rarity. I'm a fan of the rarity. I'm gonna say that right off the bat. I think it looks good. Let me see if I can quickly pull up a picture. Quarter century rare, because there's already some out there. Images, quarter century rare. Let me see if I can get a good picture of one of the cards. Oh, this is a very small, poor quality picture. This one's better. Yeah, this one's better. So this is a quarter century rare Dark Magician, which has been released in the legendary collections, right? People are saying that they look like Starlight rares just with a stamp on top. I personally don't agree, because I have some of those quarter century rares from the legendary collections, and they don't look the same. The foiling effect, if you have them in your hand, it looks quite different from a Starlight rare. They are not super different, but they look a little bit different. You can definitely tell the difference. If you hold two next to each other, I think you can tell the difference. They also have the stamp down here, which is not really a big deal. You can barely see it here. But they also have gold lettering, which Starlights have silver lettering. Starlights have silver lettering, and these have the golden ultra rare lettering, which personally, I think on most cards, the silver lettering suits it a little bit better. Regardless of all that, I think the cards look the cards look good. I'm fine with the rarity. I enjoy it. If depending on the price, I'm looking forward to picking up something like an IP Masquerena as this rarity. Because let me be honest, there's one thing about Starlights that I really don't like, and that's their price point. There's something in me that I just don't like that cards like that are worth like $400 or something. And like in the case of an IP Masquerena, even more than that, right? Like, if the IP is between $50 and $100 or something, I'm way more open to picking one up because I think it looks good, but I don't want to pay the price of whatever that thing is. Like an IP Masquerena is just way too expensive in my book. So I personally am happy about it, that we're getting cards like, because there are cards in here like IP and Zeus, which already have a Starlight printing. And while the rarity doesn't look exactly the same, you can't deny that they look close to each other, right? Like, it's not Starlight rare, but it's definitely like inspired by Starlight rare. Oh, Lady also did, yeah. So it's not Starlight, but it's definitely like, you know, can I copy your homework, but, you know, don't make it obvious. These types, it definitely applies to this, right? And so while I personally am not affected by this. I do not own a Starlight Zeus. I do not own a Starlight Masquerena. I do not own a Starlight Lady of the Labyrinth. I can definitely understand people that are like frustrated that the cards are being reprinted in a kind of similar rarity, because when you picked up a Starlight Rare IP Masquerena, they definitely thought, like, you definitely thought that it wasn't going to get reprinted just like that, right? People are picking up Starlights because they're supposedly like the highest rarity of a card that's never going to be reprinted in the same way, because that's just kind of what that was. No one ever said that. No one ever guaranteed them that. But it's kind of like, it was kind of like an unwritten thing that everyone just kind of thought, right? Someone on YouTube opened a Centaur Rare IP if you want to see how it looks. Oh yeah, send me the link to that. I'm interested in that. They hold value. I'm like, the thing is, hold up. Masquerena. I can't type. So an IP Masquerena, Starlight Rare, currently runs you $1,000. $1,000 is the cheapest one for a German copy. If you want English, you have to go 1,200, 1,300, whatever. Now, you are saying this will hold value. You're saying this will hold value. I'm saying I'm not sure. I am not sure if anyone in their right mind, will ever make the decision to buy a Starlight Masquerena when you can have the other one. Now, let me quickly check. Okay, this is a French video. Look. Now, of course, I don't know how much this is going to be. I don't know how often do you pull one of those cards? How rare are they in these Battles of Legends? Do we know the pull rate? Do we know the pull rate on these cards? I don't think we have the guaranteed pull rate, but just judging from the influencer opening, because all we have so far is the influencer openings. Now, they didn't pull one in each box. They did not pull one per box. There was definitely some boxes that didn't have one, right? But it was definitely like, we've seen a bunch, right? So it's definitely more than Starlights. 100%. Like, it's way easier than pulling a Starlight. It seems more like collector's rares, where you get one in every 3 to 4 boxes, maybe something like that. No guarantee on that. We don't know for sure, but that's what it seems like, right? And collector's rares at release usually run you for about 50 to 100. Let's say IP. Let's be very pessimistic about it, in the sense of someone who wants to buy them. Let's say IP, because it's such a good card, runs you 100 to 150 bucks. Pessimistic. If it really is 1 in 3 boxes, I don't think IP is going to be at release more than like 100 or 150 bucks. It's just my guess. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I'm guessing right now. Let's assume that, right? Let's assume it's 150 bucks. What are you getting? Which one are you buying if you want to invest in a high rarity IP? Right? Like, literally, I don't think it's close. People like Pack will still get Starlight, but most will get the 25th. Look, yeah, maybe there's still gonna be some people that are like, because technically this is still the rarest version of IP Masquerena, and people know that, right? Collectors know that this card is rarer than this card, but most people that buy a high rare card to play it care about how it looks, and I can't see, like, I can only speak about it from my perspective right now. I would never ever consider picking up an IP Masquerena Starlight rare as long as this exists and costs like a fifth of the price, right? And I think if only collectors are interested in Starlight rare Masquerenas, it still is gonna drop, right? Surely it's gonna drop. Because I'm also looking at it from another perspective. If I had a Starlight Rare Masquerena, if I had a Starlight Rare Masquerena right now, which I don't, but if I did have one, I would sell it right now, and I would pick up this thing, and I would like keep the whatever how many $100 difference and just like keep it for myself or invest it into something else, buy another nice card. Because, dude, yes, the Starlight looks a little bit better. Yes, the Starlight looks a little bit better, but I'm not a collector. I'm not a collector. I care about how the card looks. And in my book, this one looks good enough. Right? And I think that means the Starlight has to go down. I mean, you can see here, this is the 1 day average. Let me make this English so everyone gets it. This is the 1 day average. This means that one sold for $800 in the last day. Someone put it up there and was like, hey, I'm happy if I can still get 800 for this because it's getting reprinted as a quarter century, and someone bought it for 800. Right? So, you know, that means something. I think people, I think this card is gonna, I think it will impact the price of the Starlights. I think it will impact the price of the Starlights that they're dropping this, which I think is not only a good thing, because I really do feel for people that invested this money into a Starlight because they thought it was a safe investment, right? I feel bad for people that thought buying a Starlight Rare Masquerena was a safe investment, but at the end of the day, it's kind of what you sign up for with trading card games, right? It's kind of what you're in for, right? It's like you there's no guarantee that, you know, no one guaranteed them that. No one ever said we're never reprinting Masquerena as a nice rarity, right? So I guess at the end of the day, it's what you have to expect sometimes. But I still can't help but feel bad for those people. All things aside, this IP looks nice. This IP looks nice. If this has a, if this gets out there at a reasonable price, I'm picking up one of those IPs. I think I'm picking up one of those IPs if it's looking reasonable. I don't know how much it will be. We don't know yet, but yeah. So that's my take on the quarter century rares, because I think it's like, it's only really controversial on the cards that have a Starlight. On everything else, it's just bonus, right? No one is complaining about quarter century Dark Armed Dragon. That's hype AF. Like quarter century Assault Synchron, hype AF. Like that's super cool. I think the only people that have a reason to complain is the ones that own a Starlight rare that's being reprinted as a quarter century, right? All right. Well, let's get to the probably most exciting, most important part of the set, which is like the stuff that actually impacts competitive Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is new cards. First and foremost, my favorite card in the set is Assault Synchron. Even if I don't know any of the most of the other card effects, I don't care. Assault Synchron is my favorite card in the set. Nothing will change my mind. I love this card. I hope this card can see play in the TCG, because let's be clear, we don't have Chaos Ruler. That's a big deal. But I love this card. I love this card regardless. Even if it ends up being not great, I'm just happy that we have it. I'm just happy that we have it. During your main phase, you can special summon this card from your hand, then take 700 damage. If summoned this way, you cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck while you control this monster, except synchros. If a face-up dragon synchro you control is tributed or banished, you can banish this card from your grave, then target one of those monsters, special summon it. This card is awesome. Level 2, great synergy with sprites. Unironically, people have been doing that. You're locked into synchros while you have it. But since it's a tuner, you can just synchro it off immediately. You can like special this, special blue, make Cupid pitch, make Herald of the Arclight, keep playing. It's great. And then it's a level 2 extender even for Sprite, which, you know, Sprite sometimes struggles when they remove your first level 2 off of the field and you can't summon the rest from your hand. This solves that problem as well. It's a phenomenal card. It even has a bonus with the Dragon Synchro monsters, which is a lot harder to do for us because we don't have Chaos Ruler. But still, I think this is a good card. This is definitely a good card. People are saying pre-sale is on $60. Let me quickly check if it's already on pre-sale on Card Market. But $60 seems a bit much. Assault Synchron is on pre-sale for $50 right now. Which I personally don't agree with that. I don't think that's gonna hold that price. I really don't think so. Jordan out here on the bottom charging you 90. Shout outs to Jordan. Good luck with that endeavor. Anyways. Assault Synchron is a good card. But I don't think it's gonna be like... the thing is, I have problems with this. I have problems giving you solid advice because I genuinely don't have much experience with these Battles of Legends sets specifically. I genuinely don't know how much cards are going to be out of this set. I really don't know. If this was a main set Secret Rare, I would say it could settle between 20 and 30 because like some people will want a playset, but you have to understand that people like this card, but not everyone is going to need it because there's not that many decks that will use it. And it's also not completely insane. Like it's a good card. It's gonna spark some interest, but I don't think it's gonna like, you know, turn the meta on its head and be completely busted. So I would be more inclined to think it's gonna end up between like I said, I have no dimension for this set, but I think it's like 20, 30 maybe. 50 seems an awful amount for a card that probably only makes it into like tier 2 decks. Numeron Network was 50 on pre-sale and then dropped to $8. Okay, well, this card is better than Numeron Network. But I don't think it's a 50 euro card. I don't think you should be buying into this for 50 euros. I think you're gonna get it for cheaper. Okay, chat. Now, I don't want to spend hours and hours reading every single card. So surely you guys have read those cards already and know which cards you're excited for. So give me some suggestions of cards we need to talk about. Duality. Yes, Duality is a good card to talk about. Duality, quick play spell card. Tribute a light or dark monster. Special summon a light or dark monster with the same original type and level, but different original attribute from hand or extra deck. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target a light and a dark monster in your grave, shuffle both into the deck, then draw a card. You can only use each effect of Duality once per turn. This card is solid. I don't think this card is insane. I think it's good. Don't get me wrong. I think it is a good card. My problem with the card is that I don't really see an immediate home for it outside maybe Dragon Link and maybe Branded. But I don't know exactly how you would use it. The problem is basically the general problem of a card like this is that it is not searchable. And in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, you cannot build your deck around a card that is not searchable 3 of. Like, that just doesn't work. You have to find a deck where this card basically already just fits into it. Like, it has to be an existing deck where the card just goes into it nicely, right? Now I'm not sure if we have much of that. But it is a good card in general. Staple 3 of in Dragon Link. I mean, okay, Dragon Link. What can Dragon Link do that's cool? What do we do in Dragon Link? Right? We can do some cool stuff like dodging Imperm and Valor in general. We can tribute Tracer to summon Seyfert. We can tribute Lubellion to summon what? I don't know. Lubellion into Furious or Odd Eyes Fusion? Okay. It's only from hand. I thought it was deck. Oh no, it's hand or extra deck. Okay, no, that makes it even worse. You have to tag into the extra deck, basically. You have to tag into the extra deck. From hand is not worth it. I thought you could go into the deck. I misread. Okay. The card is still fine, because there's some cool stuff you can do. Like, you can do Aluber into Herald of the Arclight, maybe. You can do, yeah, you can do Lubellion in some dark level 8 dragons. Magnamut into Malong. There is use cases for the card. There is use cases. Grand Guignol into Dragoon. Can you summon Dragoon with this? Dragoon. But doesn't Dragoon have... Isn't Dragoon weaker if you don't make it with a... with a thingy? Yeah, you can't pop. You can't pop with Dragoon. You can only discard to negate. Which isn't... It's not that insane. Like, you make a Dragoon that can't pop, it also can't go bigger. Right? That's one of the main things. If your Dragoon cannot destroy, it also will not be bigger than 3000, which means that it is not as unbeatable of a Towers monster. Right? Banish this card from your graveyard, then target a light and a dark in your grave, shuffle into the deck, draw a card. The bonus effect is really nice because it makes it a good discard. It makes it a good discard. It makes it a good mill in certain decks. It's a good card overall, but it's like, my problem with it is I don't know where to put it. It's not, I don't think it's as convincing. It's not as easy to use this card. But it's a good card. Right? That's what I'm getting to. It's a solid card. I would not surprised it would not I would not be surprised if this saw play at some point, but I don't know where exactly. Now, Shadow's Light, you guys say, is better even in Dragons. Target a dark monster you control. Special summon a light monster with the same original type and level from your deck or extra deck. You can banish this card from your graveyard. During your main phase this turn, you can normal summon a light or dark in addition to your normal summoner set. You can only use each effect of Shadow's Light once per turn. You can't conduct your battle phase. You activate either of these effects. Hell yeah, this card is better. Hell yeah, this card is better. This card is good. This card is good. Target Tracer, summon Seyfert? And if you already have Seyfert, you're happy anyways? Yes, this is good. Two things about this card. It's not a quick play spell. And I'm pretty sure it will not resolve if the monster gets removed from the field. Because it says special summon a light monster with the same type and level. So if the monster dies, it doesn't have a level anymore. But it's pretty good. The reason why it's good is... the reason why it's good specifically is because it tutors Seyfert. And Seyfert is a really good card. Seyfert is a really, really nice card. And you have no problem accessing your Rocket Tracer. It's really easy to find Rocket Tracer. It's not easy to find Seyfert. Right? So this card is definitely solid, and you get a free extra normal summon if you want to, right? If you draw too many normal summons, it's just a bonus. I like this card. It enables purely normal summon purely and normal summoning Vanity's Ruler. Oh, it's not bad in purely, is it? It's not great in purely, but you can like you target the dark cat, you summon the light cat, you target the light cat, you summon the dark cat. Okay. Good card. Oh no, you can't target the light. You have to target dark. Yeah, I thought it was you could do either way. No, you have to target the dark to summon the light. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Still fine. Still fine, yeah. I like this card. Not bad. Kind of the same problem as this card where I don't know exactly which deck I want to put it in. You probably put those cards in the same deck very often, but yeah. Damn, the Chaos support. The Chaos support is racking up. This Synchro I know is good. Now, this card is not going to be money, I think. This card is not going to be money. This card is going to be a niche extra deck option, but it is a solid one at that. If this card is Synchro Summoned, you can apply one of these effects based on the levels of the materials used for this card summon. If you use 3 or more materials, apply all 3 effects. If you used a level 1 and a 5 to make the level 6, you destroy a card. If you used a 2 and a 4, you draw a card. If you use 3 and a 3, you can treat it as a tuner. Or you do treat it as a tuner. This card is nothing crazy, but it's kind of like Stardust Charge Warrior and Coral Dragon, where you're going to see it pop up sometimes because it's just like level 6, light, Synchro Summon it, draw a card. It's solid. Most importantly, there's some decks that really Synchro spam that like you can make Charge Warrior multiple times in theory. So but Charge Warrior I think is once per turn. So you can make this now. And then maybe sometimes going second, you can even do like, you can do it where, like for example, Assault Synchron Sprite could do something like where you make it going second, you just use 3 materials and then you can do all these effects. Theoretically possible. I think it's a solid card. I think it's a very solid extra deck option. Some decks will want the 1 card. Doesn't Coral do everything it does? I mean, Coral's drawback has always been that it doesn't draw on summon. So let's say you play something like Runic Synchro, which we've done a couple times in Master Duel. Summoning Coral Dragon doesn't always mean you can get it to the graveyard to get the draw, but because sometimes you need to draw like a Runic Extender on the spot. We've had that situation a couple times. I can definitely remember a couple spots where I was like, we need to draw immediately, right? And sometimes Coral doesn't do that. So I don't think it's strictly better than Coral Dragon. Coral Dragon is sometimes better, and sometimes Charge Warrior is better. It's just nice to have the option. Because honestly, let's be real, 2 and 4 is the most common way to make a level 6. Like, that's how Runic Synchro does it almost every time. That's how other Synchro decks does it pretty much every time. So this card is solid. People are saying this card is solid. This card is always treated as an Infernoble Knight card. You can discard this card, then target a warrior monster you control, equip it with an appropriate equip spell from your deck. Well, that has to be somewhat useful. When this card not equipped with any equipped card is destroyed by battle with an opponent's monster and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon this card, and if you do equip that monster your opponent controls to this card, you can only use each effect. Okay. Mikanko, random. It feels like one of those cards that you can play in like those random 60 card combo piles, and it just fits right in. I don't know if you can use it outside of that, but it's definitely not a terrible card. Ooh, we need to talk about this card. Because this card is good. So, Sky Striker Ace Azalea. You might think, yo, Sky Striker support, but I don't think it's actually that big of a Sky Striker support. It's very good in other decks as well. 2 light and or dark monsters must be link summoned. You can only special summon Sky Striker Ace Azalea once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can target a card on the field, destroy it. Then, if you have 3 or less spells in your grave, send this card to the graveyard. Once per turn, at the start of the damage step, if this card battles an opponent's monster, you can banish a spell from your graveyard, destroy that opponent's monster. Now, this card is good in Sky Striker. This card is good in Sky Striker, but it's also good in a lot of other decks. A lot of decks have light or dark monsters, right? So you basically have a generic Link 2 that you summon, and it just pops any card on the field. Right? So kind of like Donner, but better. And the thing is, if you have 3, you need 4 spells in the graveyard. Otherwise, this just dies. But let's be real, Donner also dies. Donner also tributes itself to... Donner also has to target itself to destroy a card. It doesn't tribute itself, but it destroys itself. So... In light or dark decks, this card is just, I think, better than Donner most of the time. And then once per turn at the start of the damage step, if this card battles, you can banish a spell from the grave, destroy that monster. That's bonus as well. It's just bonus as well. And it's also good in Sky Striker, because Sky Striker is one of the decks that will have a lot of spells in the grave, a lot. So you can just keep it and then link further. It's just very solid. It's a very solid card. I like this card a lot. I think it's a utility link that a lot of people are gonna want 1 copy of. Like a lot of decks. I've seen this card in plenty OCG decks. I've seen this card being run, so I think it's very good. This card is insane in Runic Sprite to make with IP during the opponent's turn. It's... Oh, yeah, you play that probably. You probably would play that as like it's like a little bit better than Unicorn maybe, because it doesn't require a discard. It's a nice card. That's all I have to say about this card. It's a nice card. We don't have to talk about why this card is nice. IP prevents Azalea to be destroyed. That does not work, no. Because it says send this card to the graveyard. That does not work. It sends, it doesn't destroy. So you can't, like, IP will not protect it, no. Does IP even protect from your own card effects? Or is it just opponents? I'm not actually sure, but either way, it doesn't matter. Because in this case, it sends. Yeah, IP is opponent's cards anyway. So even if it said destroy this card, it wouldn't work. So chatting on multiple levels. What other cards do we really need to talk about? I've seen some people say that this card is actually good hero support. No, not this one. This one. Elemental Hero Flame Wingman Infernal Rage. 2 elemental heroes with different attributes. Okay, very easy to summon with something like Miracle Fusion or the poly you play already. Must be fusion summoned. If this card is special summoned, you can add a favorite card from your deck or grave to your hand. What do you play for that? You contribute this card if it was fusion summoned using a normal monster as material. Special summon a level 7 or lower elemental hero monster that cannot be normal summoned set from your deck or extra deck. Ignoring its summoning condition, you can only use each effect of Flame Wingman Infernal Rage once per turn. Favorite contact. Hold up. Card search. Favorite contact. Special summon a fusion monster from your extra deck that mentions a hero monster as material, ignoring its summoning conditions by placing on the bottom from among cards of hand, field, grave, and or banished. If you placed a Neos into the deck, neither player can return the monster by this effect to the extra deck. You can only activate 1 favorite contact per turn. It summons a turn skip floodgate. Oh. It summons a turn skip floodgate. Nebula Neos. Nebula Neos. Wait, Neos, Grand Mole, and Dark Panther? How do you get those, though? Because you need the materials. There's no way we play Grand Mole. Cosmo Neos. Okay, we've been chatting again. Elemental Hero Neos plus 3 Neospatians with different attributes. Do we play 3 Neospatians? Are we chatting again? We're not playing. No one is gonna put Neospatians into their deck. Okay, stop. I should have never opened the hero card. I should have known where this was gonna go. We stopped talking about the hero card immediately. Immediately, we stopped talking about the hero card, okay? The link 1 thingy is if this card is sent to the grave as link material for a Cyberus link with 2300 or more attack, you can special summon this card but banish link. This is I don't want to talk about it, okay? It's just another link 1 Cyberus link climbing garbage, okay? Like it's a good card, but I don't understand why they keep making them. Blackwing Tuner. Sharn God, the Waning Moon. If there's a monster with 2000 or more attack on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can only special summon Sharn God, the Waning Moon once per turn. If you control a Blackwing Synchro monster, you can banish this card from your grave, then target a face-up card your opponent controls, destroy it. You can only use this effect of Blackwing, Sharn God, the Waning Moon once per duel. Okay. Doesn't look bad. It's probably okay. But it's Blackwings. I think we're scraping the bottom of the barrel here for relevant cards, chat. I think it's getting less and less interesting the more cards we look at. I think worth noting Assault Synchron, Sky Striker Azalea, the Tri-Gate Synchro, or whatever it's called, Duality and Shadows Light, probably in that order, are the most exciting cards from this set. The Ignoble thingy, the Hero thingy, the Blackwing Synchro, the Link 1 dude, solid cards. But yeah, the Crystal Beast card is good. See, the thing is, the Crystal Beast card is also a Crystal Beast card, though. So I don't know. Like, the question is, does it make Crystal Beast relevant? The answer is probably not. Read it, though? Okay. Last one. Crystal Beast card. Which one? This one? Golden Rule. This card is always treated as a crystal card. Place true Crystal Beast monsters from your deck face up in your spell and trap zone as continuous spells. Then special summon a Crystal Beast from your hand or grave with a different name from those cards. And if you do, equip it with this card. When this card leaves the field, destroy that monster. You can only activate 1 Golden Rule per turn. Okay, that card is a custom card. This card is genuinely a custom card. The thing about Crystal Beasts is the entire deck is full of custom cards. The deck literally has, like, infinite custom cards already. And still it doesn't do shit. Like, the entire archetype is full of custom cards. It's just like, at which point, like, there's 2 scenarios. Either we reach critical mass of custom cards, and then at some point it's actually good enough to be played, or they release so many custom Crystal Beast cards that you can make a Crystal Beast card, a Crystal Beast deck full of only custom cards, and it's still not good enough. Those are the 2 scenarios. What do you mean, tier 3? We are coming. Okay. I don't know, dude. Thank you for the Prime, and hey, I'm Stitch. Thank you guys for the Primes. Welcome to the channel. Appreciate the first time Primes a lot. Thank you for the support. Okay. I think it's enough, chat. I think it's enough. I think this set is good. I think we can safely say there's a lot of good reprints in this set. There's a lot of good new cards. And Quarter century is just like another bonus thingy. I think it's a solid set. I like it. I think it's a solid set. I like it. I'm a fan of it. We're gonna open a box on stream, I'm pretty sure, by SmartGuard. Hopefully we can get one of those juicy quarter century rares. Other than that, there's a lot of stuff that I'm definitely gonna pick up. I'm definitely gonna pick myself up an Azalea, one of those things. I'm gonna try and pick up Assault Synchrons if they're not super expensive. We'll see what we do about Duality and Shadows Light. But yeah, I'm excited for the set. It feels like a nice addition to the format. It doesn't break anything. It doesn't bring any new completely busted decks. It just feels like a nice DLC to. It's a nice DLC to the current format. I like it. I'm a fan of it. Which would you choose between a 25th and an Ulti Zeus? Well, I have Ulti Zeus, so I'm just gonna keep it. I don't see a reason to sell it and get a different one. I like my Ulti Zeus. What website is this? It's called Card Cluster. All you have to do is basically search for Battles of Legends Monsters Revenge, and you're gonna find it in like the top couple of thingies. Crystal Beast is topping in the OCG. Oh no, not the Copium. See, the thing is, this deck is like half custom cards, right? Half of this deck is custom cards, and the other half is Crystal Beast Emerald Tortoise, Crystal Beast Amethyst Cat, Crystal Beast Topaz Tiger, Crystal Beast Amber Mammoth, Crystal Beast whatever the stone on this thing is called. I don't know what this is. Is this Sapphire Eagle or something? No, this is Sapphire. What is this? Cobalt Eagle. That's what it's called. Ruby Carbuncle. Like, and then there's Rainbow Dragon in your deck. Rainbow Dragon is in your deck. Until I see this deck actually performing in the TCG, I won't believe it. Chat. Look, I won't believe it. Until I see this deck perform, I'm not a believer. I'm not a believer in the Crystal Beasts. I'm not a believer in the Crystal Beasts. I might be proven wrong. But I'm not a believer in the Crystal Beasts. I can't be asked to open Topaz Tiger, Amber Mammoth, Cobalt Eagle, Ruby Carbuncle, Amethyst Cat, and this is literally, it's enough to fill your entire opening hand. I'm not down for that. I'm not down for that. No. Okay. Now I need something to watch while I eat my lunch, which has already gotten cold. But it is time to consume food because I'm hungry. What do we watch? Do we consult the we could watch deck profiles.
Hello.
We could check out MCS had some interesting matches. The thing about the MCS, I just opened the channel. It's like, it's 5 hours. Do we watch the... No, I mean, it's also just like, we're not doing Master Duel today. I think most people are here for TCG right now. I think it's kind of off topic to watch a Master Duel video right now. We can watch this on a Master Duel stream. I think that's better. Did you watch First Place France? First Place France deck list? Hold up. France. There's no link here yet. Is there anything else? There's Branded, Plunder Runic, Watch the new episode of History of Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, is that the one where they play the Paleo deck? Yeah, we can do that. We can roast MBT for Paleo Frog gameplay. History of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, my grass only... Well,
Yeah, we can do that. Hold up.
Zodiac continued to dominate the format, an ideological shift was occurring within the competitive landscape. Throughout most of history, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has had a 60-card upper limit for deck building, thanks in part to a particular incident. However, players were never incentivized.
The particular incident is where 2 German dudes showed up to German Nationals with a deck containing 2,222 cards.
To build larger decks because players always valued consistency more than anything. This would all change with the release of a single card, That Grass Looks Greener, quickly turning deck building philosophy on its head, and 60 was quickly becoming the new 40.
In this series, both MBT and myself will be traversing the sands of Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Each episode will take a deep dive into Yu-Gi-Oh's past formats and unlock new strategies as new sets become available. Strap yourselves in because anything is possible. Welcome to the history of Yu-Gi-Oh!
King Arthur Legends Rise is an all-new turn-based collection RPG featuring an immersive...
Boy, am I happy to not see Zodiac Ratpier staring me back in the face. It may surprise you to hear that during this unparalleled period of Zodiac dominance, it wasn't the only playable strategy. Behold, Paleozoic Frog. Now, this deck existed in a number of iterations during this period. Because the Zodiac engine is so low investment,
This is... Exactly. Yeah, this is my deck.
You could really jam pretty much anything you wanted into a 60-card monstrosity glued together by the unbelievably powerful card that is That Grass Looks Greener. But many duelists, including the one, the only Joshua Schmidt, elected to play it pure, and they saw great success with the strategy. 60-card Paleozoic is a deck that unfortunately needs to be seen perform in order to understand what its game plan is. But the short of it is, the Zodiac end board didn't have a lot of negates. It's not like a modern combo deck in that you put up so many points of interaction that an opponent can't possibly play through it. You could very easily just set 5 trap cards and threaten the entire board state. And boy, did this deck do that. What's important to note with this strategy is that it's not playing That Grass Looks Greener as an instant auto-win card. This isn't like Infernoid, where you'll immediately...
This is the main reason why the deck was good, by the way. It's because it beat Zodiac, and it also beat other 60-card decks, because you did not need to resolve Grass to have a good deck. Like Infernoids and Lightsworns and all those other jank 60-card piles that were all not good, by the way. They needed to resolve Grass to win, whereas this deck didn't, and so you played 60-card mirrors, basically, at an advantage, because their deck didn't function, but yours did.
Immediately have a bunch of advantage out of the graveyard. Instead, it plays it in order to send some number of Paleozoics to the grave and eliminate the guesswork over the course of a long game as to whether or not you'll have enough material to make repeatable Opabinias. I love this list, and I'm so happy I get to represent a duelist who is still around today, kicking ass both on Twitch and in paper tournaments. Let me show you what we're working with. We've got 3 copies of Absolute King Backjack, a fantastic send target off of Fiend Griefing, 3 Dupe Frog, 1 Mathematician, 2 Ronin Totem, 3 Swap Frog, 3 Card of Demise, 1 Foolish Burial, triple Pot of Desires, triple That Grass Looks Greener, Compulsory Evacuation Device, Dimensional Barrier, Fiend Griefing, Forbidden Apocrypha, 3 Lost Wind, one of my favorite cards of all time, 2 Mirror Force. Decks during this period actually didn't have a lot of game versus cards like this. Paleozoic Canadia, Paleozoic Dynamicius, 2 Leoncolia, 3 Morella, 3 Oleanoids, 3 Quaking Mirror Force.
I challenge everyone to win a YCS with Mirror Force. Go ahead. Do it.
3 Reckless Greed, 3 Solemn Strike, and a Torrential Tribute in the side. We've got 2 Dark Hole and a Raigeki, triple Twin Twister,
Ninja Squirrel, thank you for the 2 months.
Anti-Spell Fragrance, 1 Breakthrough Skill, the 3rd...
Bro, Mirror Force, Torrential, Dark Hole, Raigeki. In 2017. Kind of based, if I may say so myself.
Forbidden Apocrypha, Solemn Warning, and triple Wiretap.
Kind of unhinged.
We've got all manner of 2s, including Cat Shark, Phoenix, Downard, Crumble Logos, F-Zero, Anomaly Karis, Opabinia, Double Centuria, triple Totally Awesome, and our own Borbo and Drident. This deck's power, inevitability, and core gameplay loop cannot be refuted, but unfortunately, they can only really be thoroughly explained by showing them off. Here's Alex, and then we'll jump into the games.
This is a monstrosity. We eventually
We don't lose a game to that. We don't lose a game to that. 10 subs. I give 10 subs if we lose a game to that deck.
enter the era of Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, where
10 subs right now.
everyone and their mother decides to play 60-card decks courtesy of That Grass Looks Greener. It's a very strange time in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because this card is insanely powerful if no one else is playing 60-card decks, because then you always get to basically Foolish Burial for 20 random cards, which seems pretty good, and there's a multitude of decks that can take advantage of that. The problem is, when everyone's playing 60 cards, the game changes significantly because now all of you are playing a bunch of cards that are dead in your decks that you would normally be looking to get an advantage over. Now, obviously,
You trust
again,
MBT that much? Well, I trust him that he can't mess this up that badly.
it's like the pure Zodiac decks, the Kaiju Zodiac decks, they're not going to be playing any of these cards, or they're not going to be playing 60 cards, I should say. But there were a lot of people, especially if you look at the top cut of YCS Prague and around that time, where 60 was the new 40 and everyone was playing 60. So in fitting
For YCS Prague, top 32, every single match was a 60-card matchup. Top 32, mirror match. Top 16, mirror match. Top 8, mirror match? Top 8 mirror match. Top 4 Infernoid 60. Finals Infernoid 60.
fashion, here we are with a 60-card Lightsworn Zombie Shaddoll Zodiac deck. That is probably one of the longest titles for any deck imaginable, but we're just playing everything in here, so let's do the card by card. We got Snow because, I mean, any deck that's playing 60 cards just would love to have Snow in here, and it's a 3, so we have to take advantage of that while we can. Manticore of Darkness is not a meme, so back during this time,
it's a meme.
when Maxi was still legal,
What do you mean, Manticore of Darkness? Why is it in your deck? I didn't even see that. Holy shit.
people
Oh my
figured
God.
out that you could use Manticore of Darkness to essentially loop to, if you get max seed, you can make your opponent deck out because these can just continuously summon one another. Not to mention it's searchable via Zodiac Broad Bowl, so it gives you this sort of like
That was
weird
such a
alternate
meme.
win condition, but no
That was
deck
such a
really wanted
meme
to
back
play
then. I
this.
mean, theoretically, it was possible. Theoretically, he's right. That was something people hyped up for a bit. But at the end of the day, no one really had success with that.
But in a 60 card deck, you're kind of okay with it, and you're probably going to mill one of them anyway, so it kind of just sets you up. And
How come people refer to it as your meta call, but didn't a lot of people came to the same conclusion of the deck? Well, the thing is, I think people give me credit for it because I won with it. But there's like, there were other people that played the same deck. Partially, I think because we had a relatively large testing group back then, which was Complexity Card Gaming. Like, Jordan, didn't you also play the deck? Didn't you get it somehow? Like, I don't know how you got it. I don't know, but like, maybe you built it yourself. But I remember something about like you got it somehow. Like there was like it just got around as it does sometimes. But it was like, yeah, Nadir was in Complexity Card Gaming back then, and then so Jordan had the list and stuff like that. So you know, it's like. I do believe from what I've heard is that Complexity Card Gaming, we as a group came up with it first. But I'm sure other people also, maybe other people also did. I don't know.
in a nice way if you do get max
But
seed,
I won,
that's
so I get to
hilarious.
keep the
Then
credit.
we have some zombies
Easy
like
clap, that's
Mizuki.
how it
We have
works.
one Raiden. We have a Shaddoll package consisting of Beast, Dragon, Hedgehog, and Squamata. Triple Solitaire, double Spirit Master, and then we have our Terratop package of 3 Terratop, 1 Takaton Borg, 2 Unizombie, Triple Wolf, and then our Zoo package of Triple Rapier, a Whiptail, and of course a Garnet because we were playing
Didn't you guys get it off of Long That? Well, Long was on Complexity Card Gaming.
3 Brilliant Fusion, which leads us into the spells. Double Charge, Triple Enemy Controller, a Foolish Burial, Triple Instant Fusion to go for our Norden, Triple Left Arm Offering to search any spell card in our deck, Triple Pot of Desires, Triple Shaddoll Fusion, Soul Charge, Triple Grass, and Triple Barrage. That's a lot of cards, ladies and gentlemen, but this deck rather just has so much gas that you're going to be able to just keep playing if your opponent's able to disrupt you, and that was kind of the idea, right? I mean, any sort of like Lightsworn-ish variant around this time was just trying to high roll.
Bro, what are we talking about? You're trying to activate Grass or Loose.
Do it by extending
Skip
Minerva
that. Follow.
for zombie and fusions, which checking good cards in the argument to win, and you're playing
Holy
left arm
shit!
off being is you're going to be deck cards the way difference. All right, Joseph. Really
This again. Oh, I forgot about this for a second. How are you gonna
looking forward to playing these 60 card decks against one another and blanking several of the cards we have in these 60 card decks to basically be playing less consistent versions of them, aren't you?
I'm just gonna, you know, left arm offering for what? The Upstart Goblin.
You have Carded Demise, I think. That's actually pretty good.
Oh yeah, I got a target. You maybe not.
You dump your whole hand just to draw more cards. That seems like a great idea. No, it's weird
criminal.
because we
It's
want to
actually
show off
criminal
grass
what's happening
decks,
right
but at
now.
the same
I have no
time, so
words.
many people were playing grass decks, especially by the time we reached like March of 2017, that it was not unlikely you were going to encounter someone else playing 60 cards and have to ask them to know how many cards they had to know if your grass was going to be live
You're doing everything you can in order to lose with this deck.
or not. And so this became a problem.
Of course, but notably, grass isn't dead. Like, by the time you go through one of your combos, especially if you're playing a deck like you are, the Lightsworn Monstrosity, you can just activate grass for like 15. Like, that's fine.
Sure.
Like, if your opponent's
That's
taking
fair.
a turn, it's still a really good card. So for that reason, people weren't cutting it. They were just kind of frustrated when they opened it in the mirror.
Oh no, my grass only mills 7 cards. Boo-hoo.
That's
It's so
still
crazy
the greatest
busted.
card ever printed, yeah.
Basically. Let's shout the patron. Heyo, thank you for the support. All right, buddy, I rolled the die. You got a
How
number
is
for me?
Mill 7 the best card ever
All
printed?
right, I
No
rolled
way.
a 3, the number of grass I won't be resolving
I put up 60.
for the number of cards in our deck. Fantastic. That is an even number. I had to count for a second.
Yeah. Okay. Let's make
Pretty
this
good
happen.
for you. You get to go first. I also love on Dueling Book that you can see it's 60 cards. Like, it looks like a thicker deck.
This hand's all right. All right, we're
what you
gonna
got.
go 1, 2, 3. Card of Demise.
Oh, hell
perfect.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Set 2 more, ditch a paleo,
God. Oh lord.
or grass.
Well, Dinomicious
Oh.
doesn't do a lot here, so
Hell
go
yeah.
ahead.
I mean, it's a monster, right? Main 1. I guess we
GG.
try to do some
GG.
crazy shit.
Why don't
Let's
you do
go-
that? Why don't you try to do anything?
Olinoids.
I'm gonna try
Easy,
to
we
do
have
something.
Olinoids.
Brilliant Fusion.
Oh shit. Absolutely not.
Hell yeah, easy clap.
Dinomicious. I'm assuming you want to chain.
No, I actually can wait. I'm good.
Okay.
Wait, you don't?
All right. Well, that sucks. I was really hoping to resolve that. Let's welcome number 2, Shiranui Solitaire for the normal summon.
Yeah, nothing here.
Okay. Bring this off. Let's go for Unizombie. Let's try for Unizombie effect.
Which effect would you like to use?
I would like the one that doesn't discard a card out of my hand.
You know what?
preferably.
Actually, I'm gonna expedite this process. On summon, let's just Canadia.
Okay, so we're not even gonna get there. Anything to chain?
I will
Anything
attempt to chain Dinomicious.
Okay, sure. That's fine. All right, what's behind door number 3? Instant Fusion.
Oh my god, you really are just going off. Yep.
Go for... What do we have in here? We have Norden in here. Of course we do.
All right.
We have other
Don't
things,
worry
too.
about this.
Why should we should have one more paleo?
You got something to chain.
Hold on.
You got something to chain to Lost
I might actually have a chainable to Lost Win. Hold on a second.
Do it. You won't.
Thinking about it.
You got a maxi to stop me?
Probably not the answer, so that's fine. You can get your Canadian.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
This card's a little bit better.
Oh, wow, that's a decent one.
Well,
the
now
hell are you
what?
Getting? What the hell is that? Buddy, what's going on here?
Am I good to resolve this?
Yeah, you're fine.
I gotta be honest, I don't know what I'm even grabbing off of this.
What
Oh,
is
just desires,
this
dude.
Manticore of Darkness doing in there?
Don't worry about Manticore of Darkness.
worried,
Joseph.
but
Don't
I'm
Don't worry
worried.
about Manticore of Darkness. Okay. Any spell card I desire. I just can't set. Don't worry, my deck doesn't do that anyway. You still got 2 back row, correct?
Or you go
Yes.
charge,
What
yeah.
have I gotten rid of? Lost
you've normal
Wind,
already. Charge is dumb.
Canadia,
Probably. I mean, what do you draw off desires, dude?
I literally, I don't know what you're gonna get. Desires?
I'm already all in at this point.
Is it
I have to
normal
commit.
spell?
Okay, I'm gonna.
I don't remember.
Oh man, that's so tempting. I just feel like that could.
And you get
backfire in
Barrage?
so many different ways. Barrage,
Yeah. Okay. You can.
Yes.
Barrage, the Norden.
Okay, so the activation of Barrage is fine, but now I'm gonna think. We're gonna go Fiend Griefing, targeting Shiranui Solitaire. And you know what? Fuck it. Let's get our little friend out as well. Let's send Biggity Backjack to the graveyard. Backjack effect.
Oh, this brings me back, dude.
Do it face down. Okay, I know the order. I am putting them back. We will go 1, 2, 3.
On resolution,
Yeah,
would you like
nothing.
to do
I got
anything?
nothing.
Try it.
Yes.
Nothing.
Take out Norden. I don't have to take out Norden, but
Why did we pop Norden?
You take out Barrage.
I could just take out Barrage and have another thing. That's what I was kind of thinking. Okay, I have to see what zoos we're playing. We are playing several of them, it looks like.
How are
we'll
we?
go red.
Oh my god, how did we think about which
no
zoo to summon?
effect here.
Hello?
What do you got?
Yeah, you normaled it. Let's go backjack. Ooh. And then here's what I got.
Barrier. In 60 cards, he found the fucking barrier.
Nice deck.
All right, well, we're basically just dead at this point, so I don't even know if I keep playing. I just wanted to just see how far I could
No,
go.
no,
and
no,
apparently
no,
that
do the
was
next
not
turn. No,
correct
the
move.
next turn
I
is
will,
nice.
Cry. Go ahead.
All right.
Do you put a
stand
spell
by
on
me.
top with backjack,
Yep,
please?
I'm screwed.
Please.
It's
Oh, yes.
time.
See, this would be great if you were playing a 40-card deck, because I could have left arm for grass and just milled 20. But that's what happens when you play the mirror.
We're going to grab, what's the set card? Unizombie?
Yes.
Ugh, we actually do have to kill Unizombie, don't we? Yeah, we'll grab Oli Nades here. Oli Nades, target, Barrage,
Yep.
CL2, Dynamicious. Let's overlay these two. Do we even do that?
No, you attack first.
Colia, target Backjack.
Oh my
Sure.
god.
And it's pretty good.
So this returns to the grave and therefore doesn't trigger Backjack,
Correct.
which is unfortunate. Oh, we could go Anomaly Karis here. No, I mean, we're just going Toad. Then let's go Combat.
Yep.
Wop, wop.
Take 12.
This was way less damage than it could have been, but it's fine.
Back to you, I believe.
Yeah, we were just so dead here.
I think I even have frogs in here as well. Give me a sec. Yeah, we'll get Dupe Frog.
Playing 60. Go ahead.
Okay. Stand by main.
Whew.
Oh my
Yep.
god. I guess let's Toad again. We'll grab the other
Why
dude.
are we still
We'll grab Swap Frog.
dueling?
Swap Frog effect? Oh my god, it doesn't even negate effects. It's been so long.
You also have to detach that Canada if you're doing that.
I am going to detach the Canadian. Let's go overlay for Anomaly Carrots.
And this should be the end of the game, I imagine.
Can this card only get face?
Do you imagine?
It's
Do
like
you? Can
dragons,
you
no,
imagine
One
that?
card. Jesus Christ.
Really?
Yeah, we'll do
Anomaly
that.
Karis is crazy.
Let's grab this.
It's Squamata.
Oh.
I guess I can use Squamata, but it doesn't really do anything if I'm dead here.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll send... Yeah, I'm dead here no matter what. I'll send Beast and draw a card. Why not?
Unfortunately, can I kill you? You go 1, 2. I don't think so. Let's just go combat.
I'm shocked that you cannot kill me. You basically have the game unlocked anyway.
Yeah,
but-
we'll go.
I mean, okay. This was game in like a billion ways. This was probably like
Dynamicious.
15,000 damage if you wanted
Okay,
to.
Rapier effect.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah,
I don't think this deck is playing combo. Okay, I will not be activating Rapier effect. I lied.
I see. All right, well, add resolution. We'll Canada. Oh, Canada. We'll activate.
Then you
Anomaly
have Toad
Karis.
for my Shadal Fusion, so I'm dead.
All
anyway.
right. I almost
That was
toaded the Rapier.
Disgusting.
That was
That's what I was hoping you would do. You know, I just wanted to put the pedal to the metal and just see how far we could actually get. And it seemed like you had a surgically precise answer for every single card that I played. That did not go well in this late. I felt like that hand was nuts.
Yeah,
I
sometimes
felt
you
like
open
that hand
5
was crazy.
paleos and you go, wow, what a good deck.
Yeah,
Ooh, this
sometimes you open this too, Terror
one's
Top.
not so great. Yeah, go ahead.
What? No Maxi in your 60-card deck? I'm shocked.
No one of Maxi.
It's at 2, sir. It's at 2. Attack on board.
Yeah.
All right. I'm assuming we're only playing one rank 3, and my suspicions would be correct. It is Invoker.
A good hand.
Go Invoker effect. Yep. Let's get ourselves the Rats.
Yep.
The question is, how far do I want to go with this? There's a lot we can do.
You're drastically improving the quality of my grass looks greener.
I am. That's the whole idea. I actually feel like I need to be concerned with zones at this point.
Jesus Christ. All right.
I'm going to go Solitaire effect. That's my normal summon.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Get Unizombie somewhere. Unizombie effect.
Also fine.
Dump Mizuki.
Yep.
Maxi
we'll go
was
Mizuki, it's Solitaire.
semi-limited, yeah.
Make Omega.
I think.
Yes.
Maybe it was that one? I don't remember.
We'll go Omega. Let's rip a card.
They said it was semi-limited.
Let's get this one.
Dog! I needed that one.
We'll go Borbo, Broad Bowl. Effect to Special.
Yeah.
Effect to Search.
Yes.
Whiptail. I'm making your grass pretty good. Tiger, Swap, Rat effect.
Yep.
Okay. Overlay these two. There is something quite fun that I could do, and I'm tempted. I don't know if it seems very good on an open board. Fuck it. We're playing the deck. Go
Oh,
for it,
the
Narrow.
thing is,
Yes.
the hand
We'll
looks
detach,
cracked,
no
but it
free
still
throw.
doesn't
3
do
light swings,
anything.
baby. Come on.
Three
Those
good.
are
That
all
was
spells.
3 good ones.
That was terrible. That was awful.
It doesn't do anything. Like, you still... Like, it, what have you done? Nothing.
God, I could keep going, which is fucking crazy. There's no point to, though. Yeah, I'm gonna beat this
No, we
one.
beat that.
Can I have the Pot of Desires back, please? Stand by me. Dark Hole.
Wow. Yep, that's a
Yeah.
card. Can't do anything about that. Sure.
Oh, man.
Full turn.
He's setting. All right, stand by. We get our cards back.
Get him back. Thank you.
Main one. Let's start with...
I told you, we're not losing to this deck.
Oh my god, you were hiding that.
I told you I could have kept going.
Yeah, let's go.
Get the Garden out of here. Oh, third card from the top. Good thing I said that. Let's also get rid of... I think Snow's probably a good pick at this point.
Yeah, it seems insane.
No, I have
Yeah, it seems
18
pretty
cards in
good.
the
We'll go
graveyard. Let me think about
Seraphonite.
getting Snow. Maybe I should get
Mode.
Snow.
I'm going to go normal Solitaire as my extra.
Yeah.
Solitaire effect.
Sure.
Should have another one still. I do. Let's go Unizombie first effect. Target itself.
Sure.
And I'll get rid of this Shadal Dragon. That'll trigger Shadal Dragon because that was effect. That was not cost. Let's try to just start sniping here.
Okay. Compulse targeting Seraphonite here.
That's fine. Go Unizombie second effect. Target itself. Get rid of another Mizuki. Let's just go Omega effect again.
Can you please not do that? I'm going to be a huge hater here. I got to get this thing out of my hand. I'm sorry.
Okay. Sure. Gonna happen eventually. Now, the problem is... Probably can't clear this because it's probably like fucking Toad or some shit. Or Ronin or whatever.
Yeah, it's Mr. Roded.
Let's try it.
7 here.
Yeah, we're correct. Yep, I'll take 7. Second main. Can't clear him, sadly enough. I think, sadly, I just have to pass. Can't really do much.
Stand by me. Oh, Jesus
Bro.
Christ. Get me out of this game, goddammit.
Oh, it's too
is that okay?
easy.
No Ash yet.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Demise.
That's insane.
It's
Yep.
too easy.
Wow.
Desires into Demise. Unbelievable.
Not bad. All right, I'm going to make a play that looks extremely stupid. Am I going to make it? It's very stupid. Normal backjack.
Sure.
Dark hole.
Just so you can use the pitch. Yeah, that's fine.
Backjack.
Yep.
That cannot be correct, dude.
1,
You just set the
2.
Dark Hole and discard the backcheck in the end phase. What the hell did you do?
Draw. Charge.
We're going to backcheck here.
Canada.
Charge is fine.
Deal mill 3.
Danko Seka! Whoa! Buddy.
Fortunately, I didn't draw the card.
I can't
Oh
beat
my
that.
god. All right. Raiden.
Right, it's fine.
No Lila in this deck? I guess that makes sense. Why would you play Lila? Lila sucks.
Terrible card.
Raiden effect.
Yes. Oh,
Okay,
Mizuki's big.
all right.
Mizuki's big. We're chilling.
It's big, but I don't think it's good enough. Mizuki, target Mizuki.
Yes.
Would have been attack. Let's go battle. 17.
Yeah.
We gotta try to make things happen, I guess. Go ahead.
Okay. End phase, we're gonna go Leon Colia, target backjack.
Oh, yes.
No, I'm being greedy. We're gonna target one of our banished face down cards.
Okay.
We're gonna go Oleonades, target Brilliant Fusion.
Sure.
And we'll grab our guy. And we'll go Canadia, target Raiden.
He's down.
Grab Oleonades. Anything stand by main?
Got 2 face down still. No, you're good.
We will go Opabinia.
Don't we have Snow?
Opabinia effect. We will grab...
We had Snow, right? We could have prevented at least one of those Paleos from coming out.
Target Mizuki.
That's fine.
We'll grab Canadia. We'll pitch Dinomicious. Leon Colia, target backjack.
I will snow in response here.
No response.
We don't need like any of these cards. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that is all my spells. So we'll get rid of. Oh no, there's my last spell. There we go. All right.
It's all my
It's also a
spells.
chain.
Pot of Desires is not a spell.
Had to try. That's fine.
Oh
Yep.
my god. Easy clap.
We'll go Toad here.
Yep.
Combat.
Sure.
We'll eat the right.
This game's over.
Fine.
This game's over.
Back to you, Bugaboo.
Draw. Oh, right on fucking time. That's fine.
Try Snow here.
Yep.
Or Toad here, rather.
Right on time. That could not have been a better draw in my deck. Let me tell you, Joseph. This is stellar.
Cool deck. All right. We're gonna try for backjack here.
Yep.
Humblion the backjack. Oh yes, I will take that.
I mean, it was like
Not like you
what,
need it, though. Yeah, it's not
80%,
good to have it.
70%.
I'm like, wow. We'll go my boy. Swap. Main phase.
Oh, good.
Swap. We will make Toad.
The second coming. Yep.
Let's go swap to hand.
Yep.
Normal swap.
Use Opabinia!
We'll just swap. Let's just freaking swap Lois. Let's send the other Ronin Toad. Just don't want to draw him. Opabinia. We will grab
you.
Dinomicious.
Yep.
Dinomicious, target Snow.
She's out of here.
CL2 will grab Dinomicious. Anything here.
Can I make your
44,
third Toad?
54. How much is this? 67. It's not enough.
Cat Shark?
I have Digusto Phoenix. I think that's enough. That's 44.
40.
74.
Yeah,
Yep.
it
That's
is,
just
yeah.
enough. Yep.
Bada bing. Let's try it. Wow.
You got it, buddy. Right on time with that Twin Twister. And,
Yikes.
it's great. And I had these zoo cards, and this deck is not actually playing that dense of a zoo engine, so these did
Yeah.
literally nothing for me past that. That Dark Hole hurt. There was like, I thought I had a lot of recovery, but it wasn't as good as I thought. As a result.
Easy clap.
Let's try the
Told you we
game.
don't lose a game to that deck. Oh wait, there's game 3.
Jesus.
Why is it
That
game
was-
3?
that was
It's
rough. It's also
2-0.
weird. This deck is sideboarding a
Do they
second
always play
copy of
3
Omega,
games? I've
and
never
that actually
seen an
would have come
episode
up,
of
and
this
I actually
before.
boarded it in. But I'm like, nah, I don't need 2 copies of Omega. Clearly I did. Best of luck, buddy. Stand by main. Let's try for this.
Oh, Lord. All right, go ahead.
I don't think it's. We'll see. I don't think it's gonna be that crazy like it was before. We'll get
You
rid of
always
Garnet,
play 3,
and
okay.
thinking on our light target here, depending on the way the rest of our hand looks, I might actually just go for a copy of Wolf this time.
Oh, okay.
Just for the body. So we'll get Seraphonite somewhere. Wolf effect. We'll get the Wolf out. And the reason for that is because I had the Snow in hand.
Ah, well,
So
okay.
Well, extra normal there. Let's just go for
Gamba. Get it twisted.
Minerva. It didn't work for me last time.
That means you're due.
That means I'm due. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
It's not correct to do this.
Yeah,
Let's
for
do it
sure,
anyway.
yeah.
All right, come on, draw 3. Draw 3. Fuck.
Bangers again.
It's so bad. It's so bad. Yeah, that was not the right move in the slightest. Oh well. Other normal summon. Go ahead. That's our turn.
Stand by main. All
You
right.
got the dark hole again.
I got something better. Behold, main phase needlebug nest.
Oh my god. It's not even that good. You only get to
It's
know
terrible.
4.
It's awful. But if I get a paleo, it's actually all worth it.
You got 2 and back to 1. That's crazy.
It's like the 4 best
Too
it could
easy.
have possibly been. We're gonna fucking try backjack now. Is that your turn only?
Yeah.
Okay. No. Damn. Okay. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can look at the top 3 cards of your deck. Okay. I'm gonna do that.
That is how that card works. Yes.
Okay. Ooh, that's very interesting. Very interesting cards that we have here. I will Pot of Desires, and they will all go to hell.
Perfect.
Da, da, da.
Okay, that wasn't too bad.
This is fine. Just go 1, 2, 3. 4,
Demise.
5. Go ahead.
Well, Demise isn't even that good if you roll that back. Yeah. Okay. I'll draw. Stand by.
Okay, we're gonna try backjack.
Sure.
Oh!
Okay.
Not
Okay.
bad.
Good to proceed to main.
Oh yeah. Oh for sure.
Try for Minerva.
There's just no way. We'll Lost Wind.
Sure, that's fine.
You know what? I'm feeling so good about myself. We'll start getting friends too.
Okay. All right. Sure. So bad. Flip Squamata.
Oh,
Pop.
pop what? Oh, the set card?
The set.
If you insist, I guess you can. Ooh, let's go get our ninja swap
To be
rock.
fair,
There's no
Minerva
way we're
wouldn't have
losing
cleared it
to this
anyway.
deck.
That is true. Yeah, you gotta beat it.
That's awful. Well, now I know you have Forbidden Apocrypha, so I just like don't want to play
keep
it
going.
because that just
Keep
seems
playing.
terrible. Minerva has to be destroyed, and Forbidden Apocrypha sends, which sucks. I can't wait to get like Mirror Force for my entire life. That's gonna be great. We'll run out Mizuki. Why not?
Yeah.
We'll just bring all the guys out here. All right, we'll
Alright,
take.
time to mirror force you for your entire life. Bada bing.
Woo! All right, we're all
Oh,
going.
All right, you simply will
God.
not hit anything off Minerva.
I mean, I haven't so far.
All right.
And the
yep.
trend continues.
And
What a
the
great
legend
fucking deck.
continues.
What a great fucking deck. This is actually amazing how good of a deck this is. God. I can't even snow to chain block because then the snow dies to the mirror force. That is so
Summon it
bad.
in defense.
I can summon it now, so I'll try it.
Sure.
Not like I need any of these idiots.
Being
3,
grieving.
4, 5,
One time.
6. I don't think I need the wolf, whatever. I'll keep trying.
All right, why don't you keep trying to get better, Yu-Gi-Oh, baby?
Yeah, apparently it's just a skill issue. This deck sucks. This deck's so
All
bad. Go.
right, stand by main, and
Yep.
the legend continues. We don't have no Ronin Totem yet, so let's fix that.
Sure.
Oh
Grave
my
goes,
god, the swap rock.
Ronin Totem. Ronin Totem and Canadia for
Opabinia.
Opa Binia, detach Ronin Totem, grab Oleanades. Sorry, I mean, yeah, no, that is what I mean.
Oh my
target,
God.
Fusion. CL2 Dinomicious, Ronin Totem. 2 Toads.
It's a winnable game.
It's a winnable game. It's a winnable game for sure.
Mhm. Keep
okay,
going.
and sorry, I did target the Brilliant Fusion there. This kills this one, right?
It's only 0 defense, so yes, I'd hope so. Oh yeah, because of the Brilliant Fusion, yeah. So this is all direct attack, so 44.
Yep, go ahead. Good luck. Whoa, don't proceed too quickly through standby there. All right, that shit is not resolving. That is also not resolving. You can resolve both. What a good game. My favorite part of this
Wow.
game is that it was good.
This deck is fucking
The
terrible.
problem with your deck is that
Oh
it's
my-
just too
They
good.
play more.
It's too
Okay.
good. It's just
Okay,
too good.
so we
Oh,
can
no,
talk
they
at
don't.
length about these two. These decks are so fucking interesting.
Your deck is insane. Like I don't know how this deck like was losing to anything.
Yeah,
actually.
so,
It didn't.
Wild.
Quick Gavin shout out. A Progression Playoffs member Gavin took this to a Philly regional and I think tied for first with it. And boy, oh boy, I mean he's no Joshua Schmidt, but this deck was just so strong. It's actually fascinating that people weren't considering it ever because it is just so absurdly good on face. I can talk about this deck all day. Okay, but I'll just give you the highlights. Grasshook Screener in this deck doesn't do anything ridiculously unfair. People assume that the Grasshook Screener is only good in combo strategies like yours or an Infernoid, where it can get like +9, right? Obviously, it's
Yeah.
strong in those scenarios. It's also strong in a scenario where it just puts
We'll
a bunch
let
of
him
payloads
finish.
in the graveyard and gives you a type of inevitability. The control decks before this period were just sort of lacking. Absolute King Backjack is one of the greatest cards ever printed. In a deck that's playing a like 80% trap card suite, it is always live. It's a wonderful discard for stuff like Oleanades. It's a great target for Fiend Griefing. which is
Oleanoids
one of the
doesn't
most powerful
discard.
cards during this period. Not only can you interrupt opponents who are doing grass stuff, which is almost everyone by this point, you can also interrupt Zodiac combos because it like screws up their Tiger Mortar attach. Lost Wind is just a shockingly phenomenal card. Can't believe it took people more than 1 second to figure this one out. Everything in this format is special summoned, negates the effects forever, pluses you if your opponent goes back into the extra deck, which of course they are multiple times every turn if you're playing against Zodiac. And because Zodiac is the best deck in the format by a country mile, and the second best deck is probably this Paleozoic Brew, Dimensional Barrier just gets to call Xyz and win the game on the spot every single time it resolves. You don't have to fuck around with any of the like artifact sanctum nonsense that's in a lot of less good decks during this period.
D-Barrier doesn't auto win the game most of the time. It's really good in this deck though, particularly because all this deck needs pretty much, like this deck was all about people would look at this deck and be like, it has 40 something traps or whatever. It's like, oh, surely it's a slow deck, right? But this deck is actually basically almost always, if it gets to seed turn 2, if you know what you're doing with this deck, you're pretty much never losing the game ever again. Even though you don't win on turn 2, you don't kill them on turn 2 most of the time or whatever. But it's just like, if you can get there set up with like some amount of Paleos in the graveyard and your opponent doesn't like snowball their field completely out of control on turn 1, you basically win the game. And D-Barrier does exactly that. I would argue that D-Barrier isn't even that insane in this format generally. It's really good, that's why people play it. But in like Zodiac mirror matches, for example, D-Barrier wasn't that crazy. It was like, you skip a turn, but Zodiac didn't do that much each turn. It was just like, okay, your opponent got to do like the whole Broad Bull searching and a little bit of damage on the turn that you were under D-Barrier. But it was just like, in the Zoo mirror match, very often it was also just like everyone was playing like Solemn Strike and D-Barrier and whatnot. And like, since Zodiac only really had like 1 or 2 lines with like Normal Summon and Barrage, Solemn Strike was almost the same as D-Barrier. Like, Solemn Strike was almost the same as D-Barrier. The one thing that made D-Barrier better was it was a lot better going second, because most people, pure Zodiac at the time, would end on Trident Emerald. That was their end board. The end board of pure Zodiac was usually just Daigusto Emerald and a Trident with a lot of backup resources in hand. That's how it worked, and some back row. So D-Barrier was really good, because one thing that the worst part about the Emerald Trident board was not the Trident, because you didn't care about the Trident at all. The worst part was the Emerald that kept drawing them more cards. You didn't want that. So like, D-Barrier on the Emerald was really nice because it stopped the Emerald, but it also stopped any further extension later. But for the most part, this deck was about like, if you go second, you need a turn to set up your Paleos, and the D-Barrier allowed you to do that. And then the Mirror Forces were kind of the same thing, because like, literally, if you have a Mirror Force in this format, Zodiac can't do shit about Mirror Force. So whatever they do, it doesn't matter. Like, you can let them play. They can, like, Zodiac can play for a long time. It has a lot of steps in their combos, but whatever they do, it doesn't play around Mirror Force. So they can't really do anything to further. Like, you basically, as soon as you have Emerald Trident on your board as Zodiac in this format, you can't really advance your board state any further, realistically. Like, you can get another Broad Bull search, another Emerald draw, another, you can even, maybe if you want to, you can summon a second Trident or something, but you can't do anything that gets you closer to actually winning the game. Why was this not played for Nationals, Draco? This deck, Paleo in particular, pretty much got completely destroyed when Masterpiece came out. Like, if they didn't make specifically Masterpiece, I'm pretty sure Paleo would have been able to dominate multiple formats after YCS Prague. But it was specifically, well, it's not just Masterpiece, actually. It was also the fact that, like, True Draco was a deck that had great amounts of back row removal with the spell cards all popping back row. The trap cards of True Draco could actually pop the Zodiac, the Paleo traps, which, like, Zodiac monster, like Zodiac Trident can't pop the Paleos, but like the True Draco traps can. So True Draco was inherently a good deck against Paleo, because like the small Draco's chain block, the traps can get rid of your monsters, the spells can get rid of your back row, and and some of your cards are just completely terrible against Draco. Like Lost Wind is pretty much completely dead. Fiend Griefing isn't that good against it. Mirror Forces would just get sniped. Like, the whole deck concept was perfect for this format, and True Draco entering the equation just completely ruined it. It was kind of sad, because it kind of, like, True Draco is almost like they tried to design a counter for this deck, is kind of how it feels. I know it's probably not that's probably not what happened, because I don't think they knew about this deck by the time they made Dracos, but like it really felt like they just made a counter to this deck by Draco, by moving with True Draco. It was a completely awful matchup. Like, genuinely just awful. Like, at the same time, we had Kaijus to out Masterpiece theoretically. Like, you would play Kaijus, but you would still very easily lose to the rest of the deck. I didn't play at this era, but after seeing this, why Zoo is meta if the end board loses to Dark Hole, seeing like how your deck Paleo goes off, why people still think Zoo is the best deck? Well, the thing is, Zodiac was the best deck compared to anything else in the format that wasn't designed to beat it, right? Like, this Paleozoic deck was something that people didn't really know about. So if you didn't know about this deck, Zodiac was the next best option. Zodiac was a great deck because like other decks simply didn't have a way to keep up with it. Like, I mean, at the time, like from today's perspective, ending on something like Emerald Trident plus 5 or 6 cards in hand doesn't seem that powerful. But back in the day, that was really good. Like the fact that you could invest 1 card into a like you open 5 cards and then you normal summon a Rat Pier. And you end with an Emerald, a Trident, and 6 cards in hand. Or you set some back row and then you have less. But you have like, out of 1 card in your opening 5, you go to a total of 8 cards. Right? And that was, at the time, pretty much unheard of. Like the 1-card starter concept of like, you just need that 1 card and you can do that. You can do all that. You can play a lot of utility cards. You can maintain card advantage. You can like do all these things. It was a good deck, and a lot of decks struggled with it because it was really hard. It was really hard to play into the board for any normal Yu-Gi-Oh deck that tried to rely on like monsters and stuff like that, right? The only reason why this deck didn't care about Zodiac was because it didn't try to put any face-up cards onto the field. Like you didn't try to put any face-up card into the field. You weren't weak to most of the hand traps in the format. Like people played Maxi, you don't really care about it. People played Ghost Ogre, you don't care about it. People played Effect Veiler, you don't really care about it. So like a Zodiac board backed up with hand traps or back row, no normal deck could beat that. No normal deck was able to consistently beat Zodiac. So there's that. I believe Josh never played Zoo at the time. I played Zoo at German Nationals once. I think that's the only big tournament I remember playing Zodiac. I think that was Fusion's Sub Zoo, which was basically the full power Zodiac format. But honestly, at the time, I didn't even feel like it was actually the best choice. Like it was one of those times. I have plenty of tournaments in my life that I've played, and I didn't feel like I played the best deck looking back. And that tournament was one of those. It was Nationals. It was probably later than this. It was probably later than this. It must have been. Yeah, it must have been later than this. So I think we already had True Draco. And that's why I didn't play Paleo. And I played Zodiac, but I played the standard Fusion Sub Zodiac, and I don't think it was the best deck, but I just didn't have the time. I had some ideas back in the day to try and make the deck more trap heavy, because traps at the time, because of Zodiac being a thing, traps were really good, and I was toying around with like trap heavy Zodiac variations. But I never got a chance to bring it to a big tournament. What did you play at Euros? Oh no, Euros I also played Zodiac. Yeah, at Euros I went X1 day 1, like 8-1, and then I lost 2 rounds on day 2, and back then you couldn't top with that record. I went X3 in Swiss. But yeah. Did you ever play True Draco? I've played True Draco at YCS Rimini and at Worlds in 2017 or 18. I think 17. Yeah, 2017 I got 3rd place at YCS Rimini with True Draco. We don't talk about Worlds, yeah. We don't talk about Worlds. I didn't do well at Worlds that year with Draco. I went 2 and 3, I think. All right. That was nice. I liked the little throwback to that format. One of my favorite formats of all time. But let's put some focus on the current format Because, like I said, Nationals are this weekend. This year we're winning? Hell yeah, this year we're winning. Surely. Fifth, you know what they say? 5 times the charm? What are your thoughts on Masterpiece? Can it be unbanned? The thing is, probably. It probably could. But it would be... Like, the thing is, it probably wouldn't make that much of a difference, but you still don't really want it, right? I don't really want it. It probably could, to be honest. To tell you the truth, I don't think Masterpiece would be the biggest problem right now. Have you ever won Nationals? No, I haven't. The closest I've gotten was second place in 2015, I think. Check out my Serbian Nationals winning deck list. Oh yeah, congratulations. It is a very, I mean, there's not that much to check out here. You've just, it's Dinkabui's deck, but you've changed Gammas for Ashes. Everything else is pretty much the same. The Ibli is kind of interesting. I wonder what you're doing with the Ibli. Is that for Kashtira? Or like in general, I guess, for some decks, like branded and shit. War crimes mainly. Cash branded evenly. Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's just that I'm not sure if I like it because like a lot of people are on that Lingaribo, especially in Kashtira. It's like now with 2 less Arise Hearts, I feel like Kashtira Extra Deck is kind of open. Like you kind of have the room to play whatever you want, and I feel like Lingaribo is a nice safety net for Kashtira. But I mean, it still is annoying for them because you still have a monster on the board, so maybe it's fine. But yeah, I mean, it's a solid list. I like it. It's not bad. I like it. All right, let me quickly hop on Dueling Book. So like I've said before, my personal, in case people are always interested in what I think and what I'm going to play. Normally I don't like telling you guys what I'm going to play at a tournament. That's how we usually do it. I tell you my honest opinions about the stuff, but I don't tell you exactly what I'm going to do because I don't want to put myself at a disadvantage. This time around, it's obvious anyways what I'm doing in this format. You guys know what deck I'm interested in. You guys know what deck I like in the current format. I am going to play I'm 99% sure that I'm going to be playing Runic Sprite. I haven't finished my deck list, and of course I don't want to publish my final deck list for the event before the event starts. That'd be stupid. But I'm going to be playing, I'm between Runic Life Twin and Runic for Hire. I'm not sure which version I'm going to settle for yet. We've talked about the pros and cons of both versions plenty. Now I don't want to spend too much time today talking about those two decks specifically because we've done that a lot in the last couple days. So if anyone is interested in specifically those two decks, I encourage you to check out the most recent VODs on Twitch or on YouTube. You can go !YouTube and check out the VOD channel. I'm not sure if all of it is already up yet, but it will be in the upcoming days, like latest tomorrow probably. All the information about, like, there's a lot of solid, I think, a lot of solid Runic Sprite theory in the last couple streams. So we don't need to cover it today because I feel like I would just be repeating myself, and a lot of regular viewers would probably be annoyed by that because I've been talking about that nonstop the last couple of days. just know that I'm currently on like I'm currently on Runic Sprite. I don't know if it's gonna be for hire or Life Twin. I'm leaning more towards Life Twin, but it's not been decided by any means. So that's like 99% what I'm gonna play. The 1%, I'm also gonna be honest, the 1% of what I am somewhat considering to play, but it's mostly copium, is Vanquish Souls. I don't think I will. I really don't think I will. I just don't want people, if I actually end up doing it because I end up being crazy or something, then I don't want people to be like, hey, but you told us you're gonna play Runic for sure. It's like there's a very, very, very small chance that I cope too much on Vanquish Soul because I really like the deck. I think it's so cool. I don't think I will. I am not at the point where I would do something like that just for the content. Like if it ends up being Vanquish Soul, then only if I get convinced by the deck, which currently I am not. Currently I am not. So that is my standpoint currently for the format. A few things that I want to do today that I also think are helpful for most people here is I want to take a look at some of the biggest contenders in order, basically, in the format. And I want to create something. I always do this when I prepare for events, and I haven't done it yet, is I want to basically go on DB and I want to create the what I think is the standard to be expected deck list for like the most popular decks. Like for example, Kashtira. When you're playing against Kashtira, what do you expect to be in their deck? Like for example, I think it's very important to realize that a card like Forbidden Lance, I think, is currently in everyone's deck. If you're playing Kashtira, I feel like you're a madman if it's not, right? And like Branded, what is the standard Branded list and the standard Labyrinth list? Those type of decks that you're going to expect to see a lot of. You need to be aware. It's not enough to just be like, yeah, I'm expecting Kashtira. It's really important to also know what type of cards they're going to be playing. Did you already talk about the French Nationals? Sorry if I missed it. The finals between the last two champions was a great story. Oh yeah, we watched it live even. We were here on Sunday. We've talked about that a lot. It was a great timeline. I was here where we watched it and everything. It was very cool. Okay. Expect 3 copies of your opponent's nose in Vanquish Soul list. Yeah, that I literally I don't understand where it's coming from, but I guess it's here. All right. Why don't we start with? Why don't we go top to bottom in terms of the breakdown, right? Because the most popular deck actually is Sprite. Now, when I say Sprite, this obviously includes different version of Sprite, and we don't have all the deck lists, but when I'm preparing for Sprite, let's see, where's Sprite? That is still the list from last format. So you don't play the Gammas, you play 2 starters, you pretty much always play Prosperity. Teleport goes. Not sure about Book of Moon. This is like the baseline that you're expecting. You probably don't play that. Don't know about the extra deck. You don't play 2 Zeus anymore. You don't play 2 Sprint anymore. Not sure if you play Nightmares. What would I do with Melfi Sprite? I would definitely play Ash and Imperm. Prosperity. The rest is kind of up in the air. You can kind of do whatever you want with this. Yeah, I like Dark Ruler. I think Dark Ruler is fine. Talents seems fine. Because you're a Zeus deck. That seems nice. Fenrir seems decent, honestly. Maybe you just play 3 Fenrirs. Why not 2 Zeus? Still 6 copies of Unicorn. Maybe if you have, maybe you play 2 Zeus specifically for that, for Unicorn. Yeah, Unicorn can be annoying. What do you think about the list of Evil Twin Sprite that won Spanish Nationals? We're also going to revisit that one, yeah. It's also not bad. I'm still not sure if I like Double Cross, but in the Melfi version, it's kind of nice that you can do Double Herald Negate. Maybe some more Sprite Red and Carrot seems okay. I feel like if you're playing Dark Ruler, TTT, Double Cross, Thrust is good. Thrust is not bad here. Yeah. I don't hate the idea of playing Thrust. I don't know if I would. Nib? I don't like Nib this format. I don't like Nib. I don't like Droll. The hand traps here, honestly, I feel like there's not that much more you can do. I don't like main decking most of the other hand traps. I'm not a fan of Droll. I'm not a fan of Nib. I don't think Valor is good enough. I don't like... what else is there even? Ghost Ogre isn't good. Bell is playable, but not great. Econ is playable, but not great. I feel like this deck has sufficient non-engine almost for this format. I feel like you want more consistent ways to pop off. Maybe you do play 2 red, 2 carrot. I've been doing that in Master Duel and I've been liking it. I could see this. Swap Frog? I don't like Swap Frog. I genuinely don't like Swap Frog. I think Swap Frog is a worse normal summon than red or carrot. I would rather open red plus blue than Swap Frog plus blue. Unironically. This seems consistent enough for Sprite. I don't know if there's a impactful one of you can play. Called by? Called by seems okay. Duster seems okay as well. You could play Duster in main. It's not bad this format. Like Duster is okay this format. It's bad going first, but your deck should be pretty good going first. Only problem with build like these is the follow-up. That's the generic problem of Sprite, I think, in this meta. Like pure Sprite has follow-up problems. But that's your follow-up in this version is a little bit better if you play more copies of Sprite Red and Carrot, because you can basically a lot of the stuff you do on turn 1 you can do again on turn 2. I think you always play Gamma Burst. Maybe you play Gamma Burst. I've kind of been changing my mind on Gamma Burst. I've never liked it. I still don't love the card, but I've kind of changed my mind on it being bad. I think it's playable. Maybe this is fine. Just so you don't have to worry about follow-up. You just kill him on turn 2. Yeah. This is fine. This looks reasonable. This looks reasonable. This is roughly... I think this is roughly what I would do. This is what I would roughly do if I was going to bring Sprite. I'm not going to, but this is roughly what I would do. Side deck. I don't want to go through side decks for every single deck right now. Let's just... extra deck. You probably don't need Cerberus. Phoenix is nice with the anglers. Ibli? I would never main deck Ibli. I would never main deck Ibli. Maybe you side it, but I would never main deck it. Baguska out? You probably played Donner. You can't play Azalea yet. The Synchro Melfi isn't needed. I've been liking it in Master Duel. That's why I threw it in here. Like, I know it technically isn't. Like, I know you can technically play without it, but I do like it. Second sprint is staple? Why is the second sprint staple? Someone explain that to me. Why do I need a second sprint? I don't really see why. IP? We could play IP, but the problem is we need to play the targets for IP. We need to play... If you play IP, you probably need... Like, Avramax... I don't think IP is good. No, I don't think IP is good. I don't want to have IP on my end board. I don't want to have IP. I think, if anything, I want Jin Buster. I think you want to end on... I think you want to end on Sprint, Melfi of the Forest, Red Carrot. That's roughly what this deck should end on, plus non-engine. I think that's roughly what you end on. Mannequin Cat? You could play Mannequin Cat. Yeah, this is roughly what I would start testing with. This is roughly what I would start testing with. I don't know if it's a final version, but this is roughly what I would start with. As far as Melfi goes. What's the second biggest? Kashtira. So we already have a baseline here. I think you play all those cards. Maybe you don't play. I've seen some people not play Ogre. I've seen some people also... I mean, you can play less Rice Arts. I've also seen some people play Go Second Kashtira decks. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm really not sure how I feel about going second Kashtira. It's not bad. I don't think it's bad, but I'm also not sure if I think it... Like, I think this deck is for... If I'm looking at it from other decks' perspective, I'm mostly scared of Kashtira when they get to start. A lot of decks, like Dragon Link or something, I feel like it's scarier when Kashtira goes first for a lot of decks. Kashtira, I think you play Ash Imperm and then Shifter. Like, Shifter is interesting in Kashtira. Well, Shifter is never interesting. Shifter is cringe, but the thought process behind Shifter is interesting because basically you have two options, and I think neither of the options are wrong or right. But you can either main deck the card because it's good against a lot of other decks, or you can decide to side deck it because it's so bad in the mirror, right? So basically, you either respect the mirror match and put it in the side deck, or you say, screw it, I accept the dead card in the mirror match. I think it's too strong in other matchups. I think both solutions are fine. I think I personally would rather side it, but I don't think it's wrong to main deck it. I think you can. I expect more people to do it. I expect more people to main deck it than not to main deck it. So I'm going to keep it in there. Lance is great right now in cash. And so is probably Talents. Maybe this? This looks about right. Book of Moon is an option. Like, this would be... If you want to respect the mirror, you could do something like play Book of Moon instead of Shifter. This would respect the mirror match a little bit more. Right? This is like the better way if you want to respect the mirror match. Right? Dark Ruler is an option. Dark Ruler is okay this format. Dark Ruler is an option. Thrust is an option. I've just never I have never main decked thrust so far. I have never made experiences with main decking thrust. I've never been a huge fan of thrust in the main deck. I liked siding it usually, but I haven't been a huge fan of maining it. Desires kind of needed for consistency. Some people do play desires, yeah. Maybe you don't need the ogre. Maybe you can... But then are you happy with only one Scareclaw cache, Tira? Maybe you do this? If you play desires? Going first, Ogre and Trap is real nice, yeah. But then you have to cut non-engine. I don't know if I love that. This... You go to one Scareclaw cache. You definitely play two Rysard. You could... Yeah, I guess this. It's reasonable. Something along those lines. I don't have to build it perfectly because I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to play it. I just want to have an impression of what it roughly looks like. But those are... The cards on screen right now are mostly the cards I would expect from Kashtira. Most of this. I don't think there's many other cards that I would use in Kashtira right now. That's most of the options you have, I think. Right? Roughly this. Thoughts on Evenly in the main? There's a couple decks where I like Evenly. Basically, I think Evenly is good if your deck fulfills three criteria. Like, your deck has to do all three, in my opinion, to make Evenly good. Your deck has to win really easily when it goes first. Even if it draws one dead evenly or two dead evenlies. Like, your deck has to be very strong going first to play evenly matched. Second of all, your deck needs to be able to win against a Rysard in main phase 2. Because if you play against Kashtira, you activate evenly, they always keep the Rysard, and there's just some decks where that's just enough. Like Dragon Link, for example. There's no reason to play evenly in Dragon Link against Kashtira, because you go battle phase, activate evenly, they keep a Rysard, you lose to a Rysard in main phase 2. It's like pointless. So in decks like those, I wouldn't play evenly. Not in the main deck. You can maybe side it for other matchups, but I would not main deck evenly in decks like that. And then the third thing is, like, in order to use evenly, your deck needs to be able to bait at least one negate. Because some decks, like Sprite, they will have the carrot. And you need, like, if you don't have a way to bait the carrot easily, then evenly is also not very good, because you throw your battle phase away just to bait the carrot. If your deck can fulfill those kind of categories, then I think evenly is fine. Which I think the only deck that really applies to right now is pretty much like... Some Runic decks can do that, but I'm not even sure if I want to play evenly in my Runic deck. I'm not sure if I can do that in my Runic deck, if I want to. So, I don't know. Rika can play evenly. Like, Rika can play evenly, but Rika is like... Rika doesn't do all those things, right? Like, if you evenly Kashtira, I'm pretty sure you can still lose to a Rysard with Rika. And I'm also pretty sure you don't have that many great ways to bait carrot, for example. Right? Like, in those types of decks, basically, when you care a lot about a Rysard and you care a lot about, like, negates like Carrot or Baron or whatever, because they're really annoying, I think it's just better to play Dark Ruler. I think it's just better to play Dark Ruler in those decks. I don't know. You'll do some remote duels against viewers one day. We've done that before. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think it's the best form of content. In general, I've seen a couple people today ask me if we're gonna play. The thing is, very often, because there's no good online simulator for TCG, I find that the streams where I just play DB, they do the worst. They spark the least amount of interest, and they also are the least entertaining to me. because it's just like DB is just not great to watch. I feel like I'm working on ways to make good IRL gameplay content. I am working on it. We've talked about it. We've talked about it last week or in the last couple days that I'm thinking about doing one of those, like I'm thinking about getting a GoPro and playing like locals with it, so I can capture my gameplay, and then we can like on stream watch that and talk about the thought process and stuff like that. I think those types of contents are very good gameplay content. I think there are good ways to make gameplay content, and I'm working on it. But like DB just isn't exciting to watch, and the thing about remote duels is you really can't interact with chat while you're doing remote duels. At least I can't. I find it super weird to have one opponent that is like sitting face to face basically, and I'm talking to them and I'm interacting with them. I can't maintain chat interaction. I can't tell you guys what I'm thinking right now. I can't show you my hand even, because if I show my hand to the camera, then they are also going to see it. It's just not a great way to... For me, it's not as enjoyable of a content. Like those streams, they don't do as well as my streams where I just cover theory and deck building and whatnot. It's just that as of now, I think there's better ways to create content for the TCG than playing DB. Right? But just let it be known that I'm hearing your concerns. I'm hearing your concerns, and I'm working on ways to make like good gameplay content happen, because I do want to do that too. I think it's stupid that like we don't have a great way to play the Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game as a streamer. You know what I mean? Like I think it's dumb that we don't have that. So I'm working on it. I want to make it happen, but I am not quite there yet. Anyone else waiting for Milano to give them their nose back? Yeah. Everyone is desperately waiting, because no one understands why it's gone either. What does a Kashtira extra deck look like? Surely you play utility shit like Lingaribo and Goddess now. You played Prosperity targets. You probably played 2 Zeus because of Unicorn in the mirror match. Dracosac maybe? Flare Metal maybe double Big Eye. Maybe don't play Goddess. Double Big Eye. I could see something like this. Omega. You think Omega is better than these? You play all 3 here? Omega, Baron. There's a couple options. Omega, Baron. You probably don't need Garura. Yeah, you're right. You probably don't need Garura. Skull Knight. Maybe. Skull Knight. Yeah, there's some options. Flare Metal is an option. Some people... there's also the Moth that can attack directly, right? Titanic Moth. There's options, but you have plenty of room. Maybe you can even ignore the Lingaribo. Because, like... Does Lingaribo even help that much against Ibli? Because the problem is, yeah, you can link off Ibli, but you still have a monster on the board. So you kind of still lose to Ibli, no? It's still kind of whack. So maybe you just say screw it and don't play Ibli. Don't play Lingaribo. You can crash, but yeah, maybe you don't need 3 Shangris. Maybe it's something like this. And then maybe you side, or I don't know. We don't need to optimize the extra deck for Kashtira players. Most of this shit doesn't come up anyways. Kashtira done. Yeah. Branded. Now for branded, I honestly have no idea. As you can tell, this is still empty. What does a standard branded list even look like? Do we have many like deck lists from these events from branded? Branded, no list. There's a branded list from top 64. Oh yeah, branded fusion. That's probably here. Albaz. Aluber. Opening. Tragedy. Do they still do Tragedy Adlib 1-in-1? Is that still a thing? Quem? Cartesia. They play like 1-2. Deployment. I expect a lot of them because I think I would do that too, to play 2 or 3 ashes with crossout. I think I would do that if I was playing branded. Crossout and called by. Bestial. I've seen a lot of people do this. Then they do branded Lost with Albion. Merc. Gold Sark Foolish are options for sure. Oops. Puppet? Do you think... Are people actually still doing Gimmick Puppet? Have we not moved on? Are we still doing Gimmick Puppet? We have openings. It's not good though. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's good to play. I don't think it's good to play the Gimmick Puppet, but that doesn't mean people aren't doing it. Something not being good has never meant people won't do it. That has never been the case. Oh yeah, branded in red, of course. 1 or 2. Retribution seems nice. This is like the stuff, this is probably the stuff you kind of have to play, right? I mean, the crossout and Ash is probably debatable, but I think most people are doing that. I agree with that. Springgan's Kit. Yeah, I don't love that card, but you can play Dark Magician for Dragoon. Come on, I can't type. Dark Magician and Dragoon is an option. Isn't there a branded and high spirits line again? Dude, I don't know. It feels like every 2 weeks someone comes up with a new branded and high spirits line that's supposedly super busted, but then at the end of the day, no one really uses it. It's kind of what branded does. People, they just don't want to admit that their deck just loses to Ash Blossom, so they come up with new lines that at the end of the day, no one really uses, like Nadir Servant or something. Super Poly is an option. I don't think it's a staple. Patchwork Engine is good again. I like Patchwork. Allure is an option. Patchwork is an option. I don't think we're gonna reach, chat. I don't think we're gonna reach a final branded deck list here. I'm just wondering if I'm missing anything. No Cartesia. Cartesia is up here. It's just blocked by the logo thingy. It's here. Just 1 Cartesia? I've seen most people play 2, so maybe the standard is 2. So like a solid 33 card core that I would expect in every branded deck. But how do we fill the other 27 cards? Well, hear me out. You could just do 7 more. What about that? What if we just did 7 more? You probably do Imperm because you play Crossout. That could be a solid thingy. Imperm. 3 Albaz is kind of mandatory. Albaz, okay. And then we have room for 1 non-engine. Let's say we do Dark Ruler or Talons. What do we do? Talons. Let's do Talons. There we go. 40 card branded. Doesn't this look kind of fine? Probably not perfect, but it's fine. Okay. Talents with 0 XYZs. Yeah, maybe it's better to play Dark Ruler or Super Poly. I don't know. I'm not planning to play branded. I don't want to go, like I said, I don't want to go too deep into this. I just want to I want to think about what other people might do. And I've been seeing a lot of people play Talents. That's what I know for sure. I've seen a lot of people on Talents in branded. Like, I've seen branded deck profiles and people are playing Talents. And then in the extra deck you play, hold up, let me just type Albaz. Do you think people start playing Alba Leonidas now because of Dragon Link's success? I feel like they have to. I feel like if I'm a branded player right now, I see Dragon Link doing as well as it does. I feel like I throw a freaking Alba Leonidas in there. I would. I feel like I would. Double Jade, maybe 1 Lubellion's probably enough. This. You need the Grand Guignol. You need Chimera. Dragostapelia. Oops. Do you play Luluva Lilith? Titaniclad. You probably play 2 Lubellion just in case you play against Nightmare Unicorn. And maybe 3 Albions. Oh yeah, I forgot the Masquerade and Creatus. Let's take this out. How do you summon Queritus again? There's one card that summons Queritus. Is it Rinbrum? Or is it Grand Guignol? Grand Guignol. Special summon a Dogmatic. Yeah, you probably need that. You probably need the Queritus. The Queritus is probably what people play instead of Alba Leonidas most of the time, right? You play 2 Albion, 1 Lubellion. Really? Okay. Do you really need Masquerade? I don't know. I thought you did, but maybe you don't. Sprint? Oh yeah, Sprint for like Contact C, I guess. I don't know, something like this. Malong is funny. Yeah, but is it good though? Oh, it's because you can summon Albaz on opponent's turn and then fuse with anything. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you probably play Sprint for that. You play Sprint for that. Yeah, 100%. That's good. Yeah, that's good. That's a good use of Sprint. Okay. Garura you would only play if you played Super Poly, but right now I'm assuming no Super Poly. Because I don't think Super Poly is that good this format. I don't feel like Super Poly is that great right now. It's like fine, but most decks aren't super weak to it. It's good against Sprite, Arise, the Mirror, and Lab. I mean, it's not that great against Arise Hard. It's not that great against Arise Hard. It's good against Sprite. It's definitely good against Sprite. But the fact that it also takes up a couple of extra deck spots isn't great. Because Branded, as we can see, Branded is already, I feel like, a little bit tight on the extra deck front. It's always been like that. It's always been kind of tight in the extra deck. I don't know if Super Poly is the best possible, like, tech card you can play. Like, thinking about how, like, other cards like Talents and Dark Ruler and whatnot are also pretty good. It takes just one Goro. I'm pretty sure you'd also want Mud Dragon. I'm pretty sure Mud Dragon is an important option. If you play Super Poly. I wouldn't feel great about playing Super Poly without Mud Dragon. Anyways, I know a lot of people have a lot of different opinions about Branded. Let's just call it a day. We don't have to find the perfect list right now. This one looks pretty solid. This is roughly what I would expect from Branded. I mean, some people will definitely go over 40 to fit some of those cards down here, which is fine, fair enough, but this is what I would pretty much expect in most Branded players' decks. I've also seen people do double Ash because they just want it for cross out. That's fine too. Have you seen the new Dino Link and Vanquish Soul support? I have, yeah, I have. We've already talked about it in the beginning of the stream. You have to watch the VOD, or I'm pretty sure it's going to be up on the Plus channel later. On the Clip channel on YouTube, I'm pretty sure the reactions to the support will be there. And then we have Sprite Runic Twin. Well, you know my take on Runic Twin Sprite. Hold up, where is it? Runic, there it is. This is currently what I'm toying around with. I'm not sure if I want Sunny Snitches or more pink ones, or if I want Jet and Smashers. I'm not sure if I want multiple Jets or if I want more, you know. And then I have non-engine slots that I'm not sure how I'm going to fill it yet. I'm still mad that I don't know if I'm not sure if I can play Droplet because it's so bad against Kashtira, but I would like to play Droplet otherwise, but probably can't. Have you made a D-Link a list for D-Link yet? I don't think I have one, but I saw the list from French Nationals was honestly pretty damn solid. So it was this, double disruptor, and the fusion, I think, are not mandatory, but I'm... Ravine. Boot Sector. Seifert. Chaos. Space. Quick launch. Let me see if I can build it just from my memory. Bestial 33111. I like that a lot. Cola Serpent and the other Wyver Burster. It had, I think it was Ash Imperm Dark Ruler. I'm missing 4 cards because it was 41. Oh yeah, how could I forget? The best cards. Regained and Beast. And Levianeer. So it was those two, and I'm pretty sure it was 41. Oh yeah, Absa Router. Honestly, I think this is a very solid baseline for Dragon Link. I wouldn't go much higher than 40 cards with this deck. I think this list is very good. Like, this is pretty much how I would play Dragon Link, I think. You play, like, quote-unquote, in my opinion, this is like a minimal Bestial engine because you want to play 3 Lubellion on 3 Magnamute because they're just cracked. And then you play one of the other ones as search targets for the option. That's pretty much exact. That's the minimum. Those cards are cracked. Those cards you play at the minimum. And then Rocket Package. You always play True Tracer. You always play Recharger. The Rocket Caliber, I have been told that this is mandatory by some people that have played a lot more Dragon Link than I have, so I'm going to believe it. So the reason why this card is okay is because if they try to remove your Tracer from the board, you can target itself and bring out another tuner. That's why people have been saying Caliber is really important. And I can believe that. So, Seyfert and Baby Dragons, you obviously play. Yes. So this is like, I feel like those 39 cards here. I mean, you can replace Dark Ruler, I guess. You can replace Dark Ruler with a different card. Like, you play Talents if you wanted to instead. Not sure which one's better. But this is the baseline Dragon Link list that I think is just solid. And then Mathieu played this. Which I'm not sure if you need it, but yeah. So the extra deck was... For the extra deck, I have a change, though, that I would make. The extra deck... I don't think was perfect. Hold up. Boral End. He played Furious, of course. Striker Dragon. Histy. Ripple Burst. Savage. Pater Baron. Okay, there was Baron, right? Was there Baron? Surely. Romulus. Unicorn Axis, yeah. So I think there's a couple things here that are actually optional. And I will say, I think if you play Talents, either in the main or the side deck, which I would advise you to do because I think Talents is one of the best cards. Like, if you're playing a deck that does not restrict you from the extra deck in any way, like Branded, for example. Branded it doesn't apply to Branded. And it also doesn't apply to decks that don't have a battle phase like Runic. If you play a normal Yu-Gi-Oh deck that has a battle phase and can access any card from the extra deck that it wants, I think you should play Triple Tactics Talents and Zeus somewhere in your deck. Either in the side deck or in the main deck with the Talents and then the Zeus in the extra or the side deck. But this, I think, needs to be in here. And we've seen multiple occasions on stream. We've seen multiple occasions on stream where people played against Kashtira, activated Talents, took the Arise Heart, but didn't play Zeus. One of them was also a Dragon Link game. They didn't play Zeus, and then they took the Arise Heart with Talents, and literally, you know what they did? They attacked them, and then they gave it back. They gave it back. That was the Marincess dude, I think. Just took the Arise Heart, attacked, and gave it back. What the hell? Like, if you play Talents, please, even if your deck can normally not make it, please play Zeus. Even if your deck cannot make it, or don't play Talents. if you can't fit Zeus, sure, don't play it. But then don't play Talents, because it's not good against Kashtira if you can't make Zeus. Marin says locks itself into water, but you can just attack, you can just do like the thing is, if you Zeus Kashtira, you don't need to do anything else. Like you don't need to do your full shenanigans, everything. All you have to do is activate one card, force the Arisar, take it, attack, Zeus them, like you're fine. You don't need to. It's absolutely fine against Kashtira. Just take the Arisar, attack, slap a Zeus on top of it. Is it worth siding Zeus for that? If you want to respect Kashtira, then yeah. I think so. Like, I think Talents is one of the best cards against Kashtira if you play Zeus, while it is just a relatively mediocre card if you don't. Because if you don't play Zeus, you either just always draw 2 cards, which is still fine, but it doesn't really solve the problem, or you have to take the Arisard and then link it off somehow, which is a lot worse than making a Zeus. Like, linking off an Arisard is not as easy as making a Zeus. Maybe you choose not to play spellouts because of lands? Yeah, then maybe. But even then, Talents is fine because it draws 2 cards pretty much every time, right? So, cards that I think you can cut, and keep this in mind, please. I am not the most experienced Dragon Link player. There's people out there that have played way more Dragon Link than I have. I think Quad Boral and Dark, they feel kind of situational. I think Unicorn and Axis Code are probably good cards, but in a lot of games that I saw, they didn't really matter. So I think those 4 cards you could consider removing, maybe. But most likely Dark or Quad Boral. Most likely. Everything else feels like it's staple. If you play the fusion spell, of course. If you don't play the fusion spell, you can just cut the fusion. So, yeah. So that's Dragon Link, and honestly, I think I would always be playing those 36 cards in Dragon Link. Like, I've thought about it, and I think those 36 cards are pretty much optimal. The fusion package and the Dark Ruler, I think you can debate about. Everything else feels like it's just right. You know, everything else feels just right about this main deck. Side deck, I haven't really gotten into. What's the level 4 tuner for? Just an extender? Well, like, the thing is, it is an extender if you draw it, right? Special summon it to your zone of Dark Link monster points to. But it's mostly because people have been saying it's a problem if they try to get rid of your Tracer. You can target itself and then bring out another tuner, because Tracer cannot summon Tracer, right? It says except Tracer. So this is another level 4 tuner, so you can Tracer summon another tuner. It's just so that Tracer has the option to summon another tuner. And this one is, I think, the best one you can play. So I like that idea. I think it's solid. So, yeah. This is what I would say is the cookie cutter best possible baseline for Dragon Link. I like this a lot. I think this is a very solid looking list. I like the reasoning behind all of this. Plays all the solid cards as 3-ofs, plays all the optional, like the situational searchable cards as 1-ofs. Doesn't even have a single 2-off this deck. I like it a lot. The theory behind this deck is, oh no, it has Tracer, but that's fair enough. I lied. No Rocket Coder? That card isn't out yet. Alright, and now we're really getting into rogue territory. I don't know if we should. I don't have much insight into some of these rogue decks. Like Vanquish Soul, unfortunately, I wish we had Enzo's list, because that one is the most interesting, I think, out of these top cut lists, unironically. Because it was the Vanquish Soul deck with DPE, which I would be really interested in the deck list. But we don't have it. Unfortunately. We don't have it. Labyrinth? We can talk about Labyrinth. Do I have Labyrinth somewhere? Let me see. This is still from, like, ages ago. This is the Floodgate Labyrinth. Let's talk about IKEA Labyrinth. I'm a big fan of 3 Arianas. I'm a big fan of furniture, the furniture build in general. So I think this is the minimum you play. I think this is the minimum you play, and these are optional. I think the third Welcome Labyrinth, honestly, I would be inclined to just play it. I like the consistency of it, but I mean, you have these guys, so maybe it's fine. I like the field spell too. I like the field spell a lot. I would also even consider a second Coup Clock. Didn't you say Lab is bad? I don't think Lab is bad at all, no. I don't think Lab is bad. I think Lab has this... Like, the problem of Labyrinth in this format is that it's theoretically a really good deck, but I think people are getting a lot better at beating it because they are preparing for it a lot more because people start respecting it. It's kind of like a branded problem where, I mean, people are playing cards like Ghost Bell right now, and their main reasoning for playing Ghost Bell is like, it's good against branded and it's good against Labyrinth, right? And Bell is really good against this deck. Because with Bell and Ash, you have 6 hand traps that just negate Big Welcome. And Big Welcome is really, really good. If you negate Big Welcome, that's really annoying for this deck. Because literally, the entirety of the deck is now focused around setting up the trap cards in the right way, right? Now, chat, I think there's an ongoing debate in the Life Twin space between Pot of Extravagance... not Life Twin, Labyrinth. Between Pot of Extravagance and Pot of Prosperity. Anthony Hanzo, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much for the support. Now, a lot of people are playing Prosperity. I think Prosperity right now is the more popular one. But I actually think I prefer Extravagance in this deck. I actually think I prefer Extravagance in this deck because... with the furnitures, very often, I don't think it matters what cards you draw. I think it just matters that you go plus. I think it's nice that you just have more cards. I think that's more important than finding a specific card. Because this deck has a lot of redundancy, right? This deck has a lot of cards that do the same thing. Like, it doesn't matter if you don't have a starter card, you can find Ariana, you can find Chandelier, Stovey Torby, Big Welcome, Welcome. Like, they're all fine. They all kind of work. You don't need to find a specific card. You just need to find, like, cards, right? And so I like Pot of Extravagance in this deck a lot. I would probably play the third Welcome. And then the rest is, like, you probably play Erratic. For, like, the trap cards that you play, I'm a big fan of running something like Eradicator and Punishment. Those cards seem free. Fenrir Evenly Imperm. Yeah, I like this card, maybe. Hold up. Fenrir, really? Fenrir seems a little odd to me. Fenrir seems a little bit odd because I feel like going second, sometimes surely you have monsters on the board already. Like, let's say you open Stovey Torby or Chandelier plus Lady. Sometimes you just have monsters, no? What happens if you discard Coup Clock for Storvey or Chandelier? Can you immediately get it back? Yeah, right? Or not? No? Okay, chat is 50-50 on this. I'm not sure. Like, the thing is, I know for example that I know that you can chain a Paleo when you discard it for cost, but I think that's slightly different. But what does work is you can discard Coup Clock and then you can use Stovey Torby or Chandelier as chainlink as like afterwards, and then it comes back. But you have to discard a different card. Maybe. That definitely works. I know that works, but I don't think it works if you discard it as cost. But I'm not 100% certain. What's the question? If I discard Coup Clock for Stovey Torby, can I immediately add it back? Probably not. Because it's not, you're not discarding while it's in the graveyard, right? You're not discarding while it's in the graveyard. It doesn't, yeah. That doesn't work. Okay. Okay. Then maybe just one Ku Klok. I thought that was gonna be, that would have made it a little bit better. Then I think one Ku Klok is fine. Even though I think drawing Ku Klok is sometimes kind of nice, but it's a little situational. Rurushu4, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. Okay, so what about, like... Ash seems fine in this deck. Ash is good against Branded, good against the Mirror, solid in some other matchups. Evenly seems okay. I could see why people are playing evenly in this deck, although sometimes... I guess if you draw evenly and you go second, you just don't use your thingies. You just go battle phase first. What about Strike to counter Bell and Ash? Strike... it's like... I see what you're saying. Strike would probably be good going first. But Strike seems awful going second. Well, it's not awful in some matchups, but like it doesn't immediately do anything. Wannabe for Chaos Angel. During the end phase, send this card from hand or field to the grave. Excavate cards. It is kind of interesting that it has a solid effect and it gives you access to the Chaos Angel. But like you, with the current version, you probably don't hit. That's probably the issue, right? You just like, you don't play that many traps even. So right now, I don't think I would with this version. This... Imperm? Maybe. Not sure what you even play in this deck. Imperm seems fine. The thing is, I don't want to suggest anything that isn't great because I haven't been playing as much Furniture Labyrinth. Skill Drain? Do they still play Skill Drain? Genuine question. I don't know. Do you play Skill Drain? Is that something I'm expecting? Yeah? Okay. Daruma? I can see some people playing a one of Daruma as an option. Yeah. Some don't. Yeah, I know some don't. I don't think floodgates are that important right now. I don't think floodgates are that important right now. But I think Skill Drain is like probably good. Called by? What for? Oh, for Ash. Yeah. Called by seems fine. And then probably one more hand trap or card for going second. The thing is, the reason why I don't like Evenly in this deck is because Evenly isn't good against Kashtira in Labyrinth. Because you evenly them and they keep a Rise Heart, and a Rise Heart is by far the most annoying card for you. Nibiru? I don't know if people play into Nibiru consistently enough. I really don't know. Nibiru has good synergy with furniture. The Nibiru combo is kind of funny. Yeah, the Nibiru furniture is kind of funny, where you activate Nibiru and then you chain furniture, discard it, so you just tribute, but there's no tokens, and you don't summon Nib. I mean, Nibiru, if you care about a Rice Art a lot, if you care about a Rice Art most, Nibiru is okay. Because it's, like, I think most Kashtira players play into Nibiru. The problem is other decks often don't. Like, Sprite will usually not play into it because they either have red or they use Gigantic before 5. So Nib isn't great against Sprite, and Sprite is, by all intents and purposes, Sprite is the most popular deck, especially if you combine it with Runic Twin Sprite. That's like a solid 25% of decks where Nib pretty much doesn't win. Single Arise beats IKEA? Well, yeah, but game 1 they don't know that. Game 1 they don't know that. Like, after siding, if you play Kashtira against Labyrinth, after siding you just make a Rice Art pass. 100%. 100% you just make a Rice Art pass. But game 1, I think most Kashtira, and it's probably correct for Kashtira, to just do the combo where you end on a Rice Art Shangri era. That's probably the best way to play Kashtira right now. Just end on a Rice Art Shangri era and call it a day. Surely. I feel like. Which is like the, hold up. That's like the standard 1 or 2 card combo. Hold up. Kashtira. I'm pretty sure that Unicorn does that, right? Unicorn, Theosis, Fenrir, Rice Heart, make Shangri, then Rice Heart banish Big Bang. Then you do this. Then you lock 1, and then this makes, yeah. I'm pretty sure this is your go-to Kashtira 1 card combo. I've seen people do like this. This feels fine because people don't have people usually don't play Nib or Lava Golem. That's like the 2 cards this plays into, Nib and Lava Golem. But those cards are not very popular right now because they aren't that good, and so it's probably correct to do it like that. Right? I feel like. So, in that sense, if you're scared of that, you can play Nib, but the problem is Nib is not going to be good against other decks. Right? Like, against most other decks. Like, does Branded play into Nib these days? I don't even know exactly what the standard Branded combo is. Yes, but it doesn't matter. Oh. There's no standard Branded line, so it's hard to say. Okay. Hold up. Okay. We're basing all of our... We are basing our entire judgment now on one singular test hand. Hold up. That's what we do. No, did I not save? Did I not save the deck list earlier? Oh no, it's Branded post Syac. Here, there it is. Okay, here we hard drew Merc. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. We hard drew Merc. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure this doesn't play into Nib. I'm pretty sure that doesn't play into Nib because it's only branded fusion. Right? So a hand like this, would that play into Nib? Probably, right? I mean, the thing is, as a branded player, it's probably correct to play into Nib. Because like I said, I don't think Nib is good. Because even if you can use it sometimes against branded, it's not consistent. So Nib is, if we look at this, if you look at this spread, Nib is bad against Sprite. Nib is, I would say, good against Kashtira if they don't expect it. Nib is situational against branded. Nib is completely dead against Runic Twin Sprite. Nib is good against Dragon Link. Nib is dead against Vanquish Soul. Dead against Runic for Hire. Good against Rika. Maybe, I don't know about that. Bad against Labyrinth. So it's like really, really 50-50. It's really 50-50 in terms of is it good or not against the deck that you're playing against, right? Like in some matchups it's good, in some matchups it's bad. Depends. If you open Nib plus Imperm or Ash, it's good against Sprite. Okay, fair enough. I think decks that already play, like if you're playing a deck like the one we were just talking about, where you play what's it called? Ash and Imperm already, maybe you can consider Nib as the last card. Because then at least if you're playing against a deck where it's technically bad because they have a negate, you can at least justify it. Okay, but I can draw it together with another hand trap and then it still works. That's fair. I can see that. That's a solid point. But I think these 37 is a solid baseline to look at with Labyrinth. The only downside, I think, if you play Pot of Extravagance is you might need multiple Chaos Angels because that card is really good. That card is really good, and you kind of don't want to lose it to Pot of Extravagance. Kind of cringe that you need to do something like this, probably. Right? You probably need to play 3 Chaos Angels. Which is annoying. Is Muckraker expensive now? I've seen a lot of decks play Muckraker. I wouldn't wonder if it... Oh yeah, somewhat. Somewhat expensive now. It's like 15 to 20 bucks. It's not crazy money, but that's like, that's respectable. That is respectable, for sure. I mean, it's a good card. So, yeah. Okay. You play 3 Entis because of punishment. You probably play Bucephalus and Garura. You don't have much room if you're playing Extrav. It's kind of annoying. How much is Chaos Angel? Dude, Chaos Angel is Chaos Angel still 40? Oh, yes. Oh, it's even going up. This might be the first time ever that I've picked up a card and it's going up in price. That was ironic. That's happened before, but... Oof. Oof. Okay. I'd play Lingoribo. Yeah, you can play Lingoribo as the last. I don't know. Do you have a DB link for the Dragon Link deck? Not yet, but I can hook you up with it. Hold up. Export, download link. There you go. Now you have one. I almost bought it at 45 USD twice and thought it would go lower. The thing is, when it released and it was $40, the thing is, I felt like it couldn't go that much lower than that, because it's like, sure, not every deck plays it, but it's a lot of decks do, and it's really like a one-off that you're gonna need for a long time. It's kind of like, it's not as good as Baron de Fleur. I'm not gonna compare it directly to Baron de Fleur, but it's kind of like a Baron de Fleur situation where it's just gonna be a long-term one-off card that you need, and in a lot of future formats. So I was like, let's just pick one up. Let's just pick one up and have it, right? Don't have to worry about it anymore. Okay. Chat. I think we're gonna call it a day because I don't really have anything else prepared. We've talked about everything. Literally, we've gone back and forth these last couple days talking about this format, this Nationals format, ups and downs. We've been talking about it non-stop. I don't have anything left to say other than hope to see you guys at German Nationals or Euros. This is gonna be the last stream of the week because I'm preparing and leaving for German Nationals these upcoming days. And wish you guys all the best of luck if you're going to German Nationals, or enjoy the stream on the weekends if you are watching. Thank you guys so much for watching today. Appreciate all the follows, all the support. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And I will be back after German Nationals, hopefully with a good result. And I'll see you there. Thank you for watching, everybody. Hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. Let me see who we raid. Oh, Nadir is online. I'll send you guys over to Nadir. Thank you so much for watching. Sorry we won't have streams the next couple days. I'll miss you guys. I'll see you next week. And until then, bye-bye, everybody. Peace.